Let us all rise as we welcome His Excellency the President. While we remain standing, we'll start with the two anthems, starting with the Kenya National Anthem, followed by the East African Anthem. The anthems. While we remain standing, allow me, Your Excellency, to invite Sheikh Salim Charo and Reverend Stanley Mutangili to lead us in a short prayer for us to begin our session. Sheikh Salim Charo.
Let's pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. All praise belongs to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. We praise you. We seek your guidance, and we seek your help and forgiveness. We send peace and blessings upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his companions, and all who follow his guidance. O Allah, the Lord of heavens and earth, we thank you for granting us the opportunity to gather us as a nation at this important moment, to reflect on our journey to envision the Kenya we desire beyond 2030. O Allah, grant our nation wisdom, unity, courage, guide our leaders beginning with our president and all those entrusted with public responsibility. Grant them wisdom to lead with justice, integrity, humility, and compassion, and make their decision beneficial to all Kenyans. O Allah, bless Kenya with peace and security. Protect our nation from violence, terrorism, extremism, tribalism, hatred, corruption, and every force that seeks to divide your people. Heal the wounds of the past and strengthen the bonds that unite us. O Allah, make our diversity a source of strength, not division. Bring together our communities, our faiths, our young people, our women and men, and all stakeholders in the spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and responsibility. O Allah, bless the work of this national conversation. Grant us sincerity to listen to one another, wisdom to learn from our past, and courage to make the right choices of our future. Make Kenya a nation where justice prevails, where every person has dignity and opportunity, where our children inherit peace, prosperity, and hope, and where no community feels forgotten or excluded. O Allah, guide us towards a Kenya that is peaceful, united, and prosperous, and just. As we plan beyond 2030, help us to remember that the future is an amana, and give us the hikmah to build it responsibly for generations yet unborn. O Allah, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and protect us from punishment of the fire. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم. Amen.
Heavenly Father, in the quietness of this morning, we thank you for giving us an opportunity to gather here as we dedicate and consecrate the grounds for the event today, where His Excellency leads us the international conversation beyond 2030. We pray for His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and his family. We ask you, dear Lord, to bless him, to guide him, and to give him wisdom to lead this great nation to greater heights of prosperity for your own glory and honor. We thank you for the Deputy President, the Cabinet Secretaries, the Governors, the Parliament, the Senate, the Judiciary, the National Security Teams, the private sectors, our development partners, and all who are involved in governance. Heavenly Father, hold them together in good health and in good spirit to excel in the execution of the duties assigned to them. Pray that you give Kenya to live in peace with one another, knowing we'll give an account for what we do in the opportunity of serving this nation. We pray, Father, for the youth and the children of this nation, that you give them, Father, to listen to the wise counsel from the elders and from what has happened, so that God, they will take care of the inheritance that our forefathers and us have fought for. Pray today that as we gather here, you will give us a listening ear and a heart that will uphold blamelessness, uprightness, and will shun evil. We bless your name as we invite your presence today and ask you to guide us. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
May we take our seats respectfully. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi. Senior government officials, which include cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries, Council of Governors, members of Parliament and the Senate, members of the judiciary, academia, youth, civil society, captains of industry, development partners, clergy, and Kenyans from all walks of life. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to introduce the team that is going to help us execute this conversation, where Kenya is headed beyond 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Julie Gishuru, who is a seasoned moderator who has been driving Pan-African and global conversations on leadership and development. She is the CEO of Africa Leadership and Dialogue Institute. A clap for her, please. We also have Melody Sinzore, na ni mwanahabari tajika wa lugha la Kiswahili anayeenzi na kukuza lugha ya Kiswahili. Pia ni muhifadhi na mwelekezi wa shughuli kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. We also have Mark Masai, a journalist that is passionate to speak truth to power as the voice of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we welcome them to come and now take over the conversation as they guide us as a country as we look beyond 2030. Karibuni sana.
Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Rais wa taifa letu tukufu Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Naibu Rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, wageni wote ambao wamealikwa kwa nafasi ya uongozi ama viongozi mbalimbali, waheshimiwa wote ambao wapo nasi leo hii, viongozi wa kidini, Wakenya mbalimbali, walimu, wale ambao wanafanya biashara zao, biashara za wastani, biashara kubwa, biashara ndogo, madaktari ama wote ambao wako katika sekta ya afya, wale ambao wako katika sekta yetu ya haki almaarufu kama judiciary, wale ambao wanatushikilia katika sekta ya benki kuhakikisha kwamba hela zetu ziko sawa na pia wanasimama nasi tunapohitaji mikopo, wale ambao wametoka kule vijijini ambako wanafanya shughuli zao ndogo ndogo kuhakikisha kwamba wanaendeleza shughuli zao na mahitaji yote ya siku. Kwa pamoja naomba niwaamkue. Hamjambo? Rais, shikamoo. Rais, kwani waitwa Sadiki? Mulisikia alivyoitoa hiyo marhaba? Mmemsikia kweli? Rais, shikamoo. Wapi makofi ya rais jamani? Kwa Kiswahili hiki rais atakuwa anaitwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto Shaban. Asante sana.
Umempa Shaban?
Nimempa Shaban.
Haya basi.
Ile marhaba ilitoka vizuri ile, uliona?
Haya basi.
Wakenya wenzangu,
twende nalo.
Subal kheri. Mwaguna, hamjui kulijibu hilo? Waziri Joho. Wakenya wenzangu, subal kheri. Aheri. Nikiwapeni subal kheri, mnanipeni aheri. Yaani aheri kwa Kiluo ni nakupenda, lakini kwa Kiswahili ndo jibu la salamu subal kheri. Tujaribu tena Wakenya. Subal kheri.
Aheri.
Mashallah, nyote mlikuwa number 1 darasani. Sawa na nilivyotambulishwa, majina yangu ya halali kwa kitambulisho ni Melody Sinzore, mtangazaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Napenda sana na naenzi lugha ya Kiswahili. Natamani sana sote tuzungumze Kiswahili, manake rais, nina imani ningefunzwa kemia kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, grade yangu ingekuwa tofauti. Cha muhimu ambacho kimetuleta leo Wakenya wenzangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuja pamoja na kuitengeneza Kenya yetu ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Kenya ambayo tutakuwa tumezeeka lakini hatuna wasiwasi, manake tunajua tukiulizwa wakati mlipokuwepo duniani mlifanya yepi, tutakuwa kwamba tulitengeneza mazingira mazuri na watoto wetu, vijukuu, vitukuu, vilembwe na vilembokeza watapata maisha mazuri katika taifa hili. Leo hii tunaanzisha mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Ndio mwanzo tu. Uwe umealika nini? Hamjui? Ndio mwanzo. Uwe umealika ukoko. Walimu wote wa Kiswahili hapa ndani, walimu wa Kiswahili shikamoo. Walimu wa Kiswahili shikamoo. Ndio mwanzo wa umealika ukoko, kwamba ndio mwanzo tumeanza. Ni mazungumzo ambayo yataendelea na yataenda katika kaunti zetu zote 47 kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya, yule ambaye yuko kule Poror Eldamaravine, anatupa hisia zake, mtazamo wake na maoni yake. Yule Mkenya ambaye yuko kule Mwakitau Taita, anatupa hisia zake, anatupa mtazamo wake na anahakikisha anaijenga Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Yule ambaye yuko Oldonyo Sabuk, yule ambaye yuko kule Lodwar Kalokol, ndugu zangu kutoka Lodwar, Ejok Narobo, yule ambaye yuko Kajiado, yule ambaye yuko Naivasha, Nairobi, sote tuaja pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba tunazungumzia mahitaji ya taifa letu. Kuna mama ambaye amejifungua kule. Ukimuuliza historia yako ya kujifungua ilikuwa vipi, wakati maji ilivyo break na ukaenda kujifungua, ulipenda ile hali uloipitia, hospitali ulokwenda ulipenda? Basi haya ndio mazungumzo ambayo tunataka tuyaeke sawa. Na narudia tena, huu ndio mwanzo wa mazungumzo haya, mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Tupo online, lakini hapa KICC tulianzisha rasmi. Mkenya mwenzangu mwenye kupenda taifa hili, kujali kizazi cha kesho na kesho kutwa, kusema mimi nilisomea hapa lakini nina ndoto mjukuu wangu asomee mahali tofauti, kusema mimi nilizaliwa hapa lakini nina ndoto mtoto wa mtoto wangu awe na mazingira tofauti. Kusema mimi nilipoumwa nilikwenda kwa hospitali hii, lakini nina ndoto mtoto wangu akiumwa aende kwa hospitali ya aina hii na aina hii. Naomba niwakaribishe nyote. Tutoe hisia zetu bila uoga, bila kuuliza maswali ambayo naogopa kwamba sitauliza hili. Tutoe hisia zetu bila kero, bila chuki. Cha mno tukumbuke kwamba ni taifa letu la Kenya ambalo kikatiba tunalisogeza mbele, ambalo kikatiba tunaliendeleza mbele. Mnakubaliana kwamba tutafanya hilo, Wakenya wenzangu? Tutaitengeneza Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Asanteni sana. Kwa mengi nilowachosha nayo, yupo kaka mwenye upara na ndevu.
Asante sana. Asante sana to Melody. And nafurahia kuona Joe amepiga makofi sababu ya kipara na ndevu. Unajua, unanielewa ndugu wangu Joe. Lakini pia nataka kuwashukuru wanahabari ambao wako hapa, watatusaidia kueneza mazungumzo haya, wako kule. Na pale pia wale ambao wako online nataka kuwashukuru kama wanahabari. Kama mwanahabari mwenyewe nasema asante sana. I'd like to acknowledge a guest of honor who I have had the honor of meeting. Young Adrian, just to stand up and we give him a round of applause. He is 7 years old. As you would imagine, Your Excellency, young Adrian Gwethe has a very busy itinerary, perhaps even as busy as yours, but he has cleared it just to be part of this national conversation. Let's appreciate him for gracing this launch of a national conversation of Kenya beyond 2030. Asante sana, you may have your seat, young lad, and he will be on stage to share one or two thoughts that he has about the future that he is looking forward to, that he will enjoy, he will realize, and that perhaps will outlive many of us here. But he's seated not too far from a generation that has seen it before. There's Professor Nyong'o and Professor Hino, who will also be here to give us a quick reflection of what they have experienced and what we can also realize as a nation. See, we're not just starting from thin air. We have something to look back at and look forward to based on what other republics have realized and are now living as a reality. So Professor Nyong'o and Professor Hino, we look forward to your remarks as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who will be on stage here will not be the experts per the definition that will be prescribing anything. This is just a conversation starter that we will come signifying that we will come to the people. We'll also be coming to you, seated all around us. And that's why we have this setup. We're having a conversation that is national, looking at the future of Kenya beyond 2030. And this will then, thanks to the media and the Fourth Estate, it will go to those who are watching us who are not able to join us here. And the conversation will definitely cascade to the corners of this nation. So to start us off, I'd like to call on a young law graduate who just graduated from law school, Migosi Maroa. Tafadhali, join us on stage to just give us a word from a youthful perspective of her hopes, as well as what she will be standing firm as a lawyer herself who's waiting to start practice. One, yes, huyo ndo wakili namzungumzia to our security personnel. Ni huyo hapo ndo ataanza na sisi. Tafadhali mpishe aje, tumpe makofi akija tafadhali, to start us off on her hopes of what future she is looking forward to enjoying and holding all of us here accountable to realize for the nation. Karibu sana.
Asante. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Prime Cabinet Secretaries, government officials present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Your Excellency, when the young people heard that I'll be setting the tone for today's conversation, they sent me nikuulize, bag ni ya nini? Hechi, unajua bag ni ya nini? Bag ni ya nini? Bas. Ati pia nasema the national conversation. Ati beyond 2030. Worry not, nitakwambia nikimaliza. My name is Mogesi Maroa. I am 23 years old. I was born and raised in a small village in Kuria in Migori County. It's at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. Now, growing up, I was always told by my parents that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Now, all right. Thank you. Now, this saying that my mom always told me has deeply resonated with me in this very moment because of what we are speaking about, beyond 2030, the future of Kenya. And it's not a coincidence that we are here today. Today is International Youth Day. As other nations in the world, today, International Youth Day, as other nations in the world are celebrating energy, creativity, infrastructure, Kenya has decided to do something more profound. We are beginning to map our destiny. 5 years ago, in 2008, I was barely 5 years when the President of the Republic of Kenya then, the late Mwai Kibaki, launched Vision 2030. It had 3 pillars. And I feel like the people the architects of Vision 2030 had me in mind, because all my life I have lived through Vision 2030. I went to school, to primary school, the free primary school. When I went to high school, I was in Kitui, and my home is in Migori, so I used the roads that were developed, the new roads. I went to university, Mount Kenya University, in an era of era. And I was reflecting as I was seated there about my little cousin. Her name is Nicole Roby. Every time I go home, she tells me that she looks up to me. She wants to become a lawyer like me. And that's really humbling, but it's also weighing upon me because it comes with a lot of responsibility. So today, as I stand on this dais, I represent Nicole. I represent all other 13-year-old Koreans in Kehancha. I represent a 13-year-old in Marsabit, in Nairobi, in KICC, in Kisumu, whose future will be shaped by the conversations that we start having right here. As a young lawyer, I cannot fail to honor the political pillar of Vision 2030. The reforms that were brought about by the Vision 2030, especially the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We talked about electoral reforms, the political reforms, the judicial reforms, and our nation has fundamentally redefined democracy. Now, ever since I was born, I have always heard about the conversation on democracy, rule of law, good governance, and we have been talking about democracy, and I can see, and we can all agree that we have achieved it. Now, it's time we talk about development. Because we have talked about democracy for far too long. Ever since I was born, I've just been hearing about democracy. We have achieved it. Development, we cannot downplay the fact that we have done some development. We have seen affordable housing. We have seen roads have been constructed, but we wish to see more. The generation before us poured blood and sweat so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we're enjoying today. And I think that it's our time to live up to that. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I grew up watching tarmac road being built to my home. Now, when I talk about development, I'm actually saying development means freedom. What development looks like to me could look different to you. Development to me could look like roads. To you, it could look like building bridges. To someone else, it could look like growing. So as I grow up seeing the road grow, the road being tarmacked to my place in Kuria, It connected Kuria to Kehancha, to Migori, to Nairobi, and beyond. And this was not just vehicles that moved faster. To the people of Kuria and the people of Kehancha, it was jobs that moved faster. It was teachers that moved. It was doctors that moved faster. And hope and connections that moved faster. This is a symbol of intentional infrastructure development, what it can do for a marginalized community. While we do not take for granted how far we have come, we celebrate this milestone, and as young people, we say this: we would love to see more. We would love to see more roads, we would love to see more development, and we would love to see more healthcare. Thank you.
Asante sana to Mogesi Maroa, a young lawyer in the making and is from Kuria. She has asked me to say that. Watu wa Kuria mpo? Mpo, naona mmoja ameinua mkono kule. She's proud. Yes, and she shakes her hand to ensure that they remember her face, because she's going to be here for the realization of the future beyond 2030. Now, for the next speakers who are going to be here in terms of giving us quick remarks, we're not just starting from nowhere. We had already been on a journey of Vision 2030, looking to go beyond Vision 2030 as a nation, and this is a conversation starter. We have many here who have been part of the journey of Vision 2030. Mugo Kibati here, his name in fact is almost synonymous when you say Vision 2030 over the years, especially after its inception and rollout, and he was at the helm of the team then. So let's hear from someone who has taken stock of what the status of implementation as we get to the winding years of Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage to address the nation in terms of share and take stock of how far we have come, and then welcome your views very shortly. Emmanuel Nzai, the chair of the Vision 2030 Delivery Board, to the stage. Let's give him a hand as he shares quick wins and gains over the years. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Your Excellency, the President, the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, all Cabinet Secretaries who are here, all the arms of government, judiciary, legislative, wananchi wote, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? Mimi jina langu naitwa Emmanuel Nzai, mimi ndio chairman wa Kenya Vision 2030. Na mimi si mgeni na Vision 2030. Mugo Kibati ametajwa, lakini Mugo Kibati na mimi ndio tulianzisha secretariat ya Kenya Vision 2030. Miaka baadaye mimi ndio chairman wa Kenya Vision 2030. Kwa hivyo ni kwa so much humbleness that I get to stand here, Your Excellency. We have much to talk about the Kenya Vision 2030 in terms of achievements, and we cannot do it in 1 hour, 30 minutes, or even a day. But we'll try to do this in a very quick way to see what we have done so far. As we all know, we'll talk through this. Go ahead. Sir, thank you. So I want to talk quickly about the background. The background, we know, we had the 4 pillars: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the political pillar. We created the national value system because we knew that was one also of the bigger problems, especially to align with the new constitution. And then there's the foundations and enablers. Our aim was to transform Kenya into a globally competitive country, prosperous nation, and all what we have heard from this young girl here today. But a very quick perspective, what's the implementation approach of the Vision 2030? And I think this is very, very important to know why we're here today. The Vision 2030 was created 2008. The implementation process is through 5-year plans. The first MTP, 2008 to 2012, that was created mostly to shepherd the Kenya Constitution. After that, the Constitution was created. It was about the devolution. It's about the new architecture of the country, of the governance. And then from there, we went to Medium-Term Plan 3, and now we're into Medium-Term 4. In that process, and this MTP development life cycle, it's very, very important for us to know in terms of the space where it works within the policy-making framework as we have had it. It always starts about 2 years before. It cannot wait until at the end. So the last MTP was started out in 2021, July, and today we are in August. We are just about a month, but we are ready to do this, and this is a process which will take us through the next, the next 2 years or so. But in between there, one of the most important things, and so unique about this process now, is not only have we to create the new MTP of 5 years, which will be one side into the 2030, because the MTP ends in 2028, it also has to also cross over to the next plan. And that's why we're calling it Beyond 2030, because we needed to bring it to the public, to the Kenyan people, in alignment to the Constitution, to have this conversation. Do we go on with this plan that we have had of moving into longer-term planning? And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we're here today. A very quick, so that you know, at the vision2030.go.ke, we have much of the reports which have created the foundation for the reports that we are to talk about today in terms of where is the Vision 2030 today, where do we stand? And for more details, you can find it on our website, the Kenya vision2030.go.ke. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be happy to know that across the Vision 2030 projects, flagship projects and programs, there has been 312 flagship programs from 2008 until today. 878 flagship projects. A good example of a flagship program is the LAPSET, as you know it. It has many, many components. Any project that has many, many components, then it takes a long time, and there's a whole life cycle in terms of implementation. The flagship projects are just like of the expressway, which has a beginning and has an end, and you can measure that equally. The aggregate of these projects, ladies and gentlemen, wa Kenya wenzangu, we are at 66.1% of achievements implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030 projects from 2008 until today. Hiyo makofi haitoshi. Asanteni sana, and much of this need to be appreciated to the ministry, department, and agencies, and more to the Kenyan people who have worked hard to do this. Today, these projects are still ongoing today. Now, let's go to the pillars in terms of the achievements as we have. We've had the political pillar, the foundation enablers, the social pillar, and the economic pillar. The economic pillar has the lowest. And that's a conversation which there is evidence to it from where we are as a country today. The targets that we put were very, very aggressive, 10% GDP growth consistently, that we have not achieved. And there is a whole conversation that we can have about that. But let's go to the political pillar. The political pillar was mostly about the implementation of the Kenya Constitution. It was about the reforms which we needed to do, the institutional legal policies that needed to be put in place. We have been able to do that. We are at 88%, and this is 100% on the targets, the performance contracts which have been signed by the ministry, department, and agencies for us to be able to reach there. The foundations, enablers, that's the infrastructure projects that we see across the country which are happening. We are 61.6%, and someone decided to move to the other one. 61.6%, and then the social pillar, a very heavy one. That's where we have education, we have health, we have the human capital. We are at 59%. Just a quick glimpse, ladies and gentlemen, and I may not be able to do this much, But some of the projects which have been moving much of this line into the good percentage and achievements that we have. Very, very quickly, the SGR, Mombasa Naivasha, which is still also in process, the Nairobi Expressway, the Lamu ports, the 3 berths, and the associated projects. From the economic pillar, the deepened capital markets, that we have digital payment systems, the regional financial hub, and especially the special economic zones that we've had. In the social pillar, the healthy infrastructure, universal health care reforms which have been happening, the social protection funds, and growth of TVETs. Political pillar, we have discussed that. There is details for each flagship project program that we can actually offer the evidence of how this got to happen and where it is at this point. I want to quickly go through this so that you get to see some of the key components: political pillar, devolution, 89%, national values, governance, rule and law at 81% to get that aggregate. The enablers, pillars, we can see how we got that, and in each of that we have the breakdown of the project underneath. The social pillar, again, you have the health right at the top with much of the reforms that we have had in the health sector. The economic pillar, do not want to go much into detail on that at this point, but the outcomes, and very, very key here, there has been outcomes in each flagship project that we do, and we've been tracking that. The real GDP growth, the target, like we said, was 10%. We have fallen short of that. It's been ranking between 4.5%, 4.6%. But nevertheless, as we know, and also our cabinet secretary has been talking much about this, we've been very resilient, and much of the reforms are kind of showing some of the good progress. One of my favorite indicators is the Human Development Index. The Kenya Vision 2030 has been about transformation, and the transformation is about which human being are you transforming and to what measure? What kind of prosperity is it? So the Human Development Index, we don't do it ourselves. The United Nations does it, and that's how we rank it. We are at 6 out of 1. We are doing good. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just jump over to a last one here to say this. The Vision 2030 has changed the country. It is evidence, it is not talk. Today, as we speak, we've been talking to the Kenyan people in the last 1 month or so, and to talk and to simply listen. And one good example that came up was very, very simple. Dangote today will not say he wants to go to Lamu and put in that sort of investment if it was not the Kenya Vision 20 LAPSET project which was done, for us to be believed outside of here, for it to guide policy, for it to have believability. And so through that, it's an example that we have across all other projects. Kenya is not just Kenya for us. Kenya is a place for the world because of our global location. And because of that, they need to see evidence of a plan, and I think this is what we have. And so, ladies and gentlemen, just to finish, on our end and our call to you has been to simply have the discussion or begin a discussion of beyond 2030. The Constitution calls that we do that. Our calendar tells us that we do that. And the time is now between the month of July and August. So we're very, very happy that we get to start this process together. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. To Bwana Emmanuel Nzai, the chair of the Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Now, it was just a snapshot, and it's information that we have available publicly and will be able to digest as we continue, because it then informs the next steps that we will be taking. And the next steps, speaking of which, I'd like now to call on one of the vision bearers in this respect. And for this, I'd like to say karibu sana to His Excellency Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, who's a governor, Kisumu County, but in this context, chairs the Vision Development Technical Committee, who will now give us a quick look at where we're looking to head as a nation and starting this conversation. Let's give a hand to Professor Nyong'o as he comes, and then he'll be followed by the young 7-year-old Adrian Gweth in a bit. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake, akija kwa the rostrum as he approaches, just to give us his quick look at the future we aspire to.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to discuss very important subject. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Excellencies, Governors, distinguished Cabinet Secretaries, Members of Parliament, representatives of the private sector, academia, faith-based organization, and civil society, distinguished guests, our dear friend, Dr. Hino, Professor Hino, who has been with us for a week now and who knows Kenya very well and has been working with us very closely on visioning the development of Kenya. Thank you very much, Prof, for coming. We gather here today for an extremely important occasion in national duty. We are here to begin a national conversation on Kenya's development goals for the next few decades. Collectively, here and in all parts of this country, in the days to come, we want to build for the future. To build for the future, we must have a clear view of the future that we desire and commit ourselves to building it, block by block, until we achieve it. Many of us here today in this audience are perhaps asking themselves why this conversation is necessary at this time. Why now? There are three compelling reasons why this conversation should take place at this important time. First, our country has been guided by Vision 2030 as its long-term development plan since 2008. Implemented through successive 5-year medium-term plans, covering the period 2023 to 2027, remains anchored on Vision 2030. But what happens after 2027? This is where medium-term plans becomes important. If Kenya simply develops another 5-year plan without first agreeing on the country's long-term destination beyond 2030, our planning process risks becoming another cycle of programs and projects without a sufficiently clear national direction. Vision 2030 was intended to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment. With 2030 now just around the corner, it is necessary to take stock of how far we have so far come. Some of the challenges that Vision 2030 was designed to address have been substantially addressed, while others remain unresolved or become more complex. At the same time, Kenya now faces new challenges that were largely non-existent when the vision was conceived. In a global and regional environment that has changed fundamentally since the vision was unveiled more than 2 decades ago. It is therefore necessary to begin planning for the period beyond 2030 and allow sufficient time to formulate our new long-term development goals through an inclusive, consultative, and participatory process in keeping with the constitutional requirement for meaningful public participation. Secondly, the context in which Kenya operates, both domestically and within the regional and global arena, has changed significantly since the implementation of Vision 2030 began in 2022. Kenya now has a younger and increasingly urbanized population, creating growing demand for infrastructure, energy, housing, and social amenities. Regionally and across the continent, Kenya also faces increased competition, including from neighboring East African community countries, as nations pursue greater economic, infrastructural, and technological competition. The global competitive environment is therefore far more intense than it was in Vision 2030, when Vision 2030 was launched. Kenya cannot afford complacency. Sustained investment, innovation, competitiveness, and strategic foresight are essential to ensure that the country does not fall behind. Globally, we are faced with new realities in economic and political fragmentation of the multilateral system established after the Second World War. Geopolitical tensions have brought crisis to our land in ways we have never envisaged. It is high time we began a conversation on how we escape the disruptions such as developments in the decades abroad. Thirdly, we have learned valuable lessons from the implementation of Vision 2030 that we need to apply in thinking about and implementing new long-term development vision for this country. Vision 2030 has guided us to some measure of industrialization, political stability, modern infrastructure. There is more to be done to enable us to transition into a high-income, high-value, resilient economy whose wealth is broadly shared among the citizens. There have been fair assessment of successes and challenges of implementation of Vision 2030 done by various state and non-state actors. Some of these assessments have gone further to attribute the limited achievement of Vision 2030 to certain explanatory factors, including but not limited to inadequate financial resources and a weak capacities for coordination and supervision of implementation. We will hear more of these perspectives in the course of this day and in future conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at this point spell out a key feature of this conversation. First, it must remain a national and an inclusive conversation about Kenya. Despite the fact that general elections are due in just about a year, this conversation is not about the next general elections. Indeed, one of the lessons that Kenya must learn from the countries that achieved socioeconomic transformation in recent history, in Asia, for example, is that long-term development goals must not be disrupted by electoral cycles and the political leadership that such elections bring up from time to time. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that we do not have a plan yet at this time, except for some guidelines on how to produce it. This meeting is therefore the first step in a journey that must not be rushed. Let us give ourselves reasonable time to have an inclusive conversation among Kenyans regarding the future of our nation. Let us join this national conversation with open minds and a shared sense of purpose to imagine and craft our collective future as one Kenyan people and build consensus on how best to achieve our national goals for shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Mashallah, msijifanye kama hamkunywa chajio ama hamkunywa kisha kinwa. Hakukuwa na breakfast upande wa pili? Kwa mayo, hakukuwa na breakfast upande wa pili? Asante sana Prof. Asante sana Profesa Nyang'nyong'o pamoja na wenzake, ndo wale ambao walitufikisha hapa tulipo Vision 2030. Lakini ni jukumu lako, wewe mkulima, wewe mwalimu, wewe mama mboga, wewe mfanyibiashara ya wastani na ile kubwa, ni jukumu lako wewe wakili, na ni jukumu langu Melody Sinzore kuhakikisha kwamba tunaboresha Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Na ndio maana tunaliendeleza hili, na nimesema ndio mwanzo tumelianzisha na litaendelea sana. Kuna mtoto mdogo ambaye tunajua wana akili nyingi sana, anaitwa mtoto Adrian Gweth. Najua wengi wenu katika umri huu wa miaka 7 mngeambiwa msimame mbele ya pastor, wacha rais, mngeambiwa msimame mbele ya mtumishi wa Mungu, wangapi wangesimama? Mwajifanya kwa sababu rais yupo. Hamngeweza. Lakini kuna mtoto hapa ambaye anakuja kutuelezea pia yake mawili matatu. Kenya tunayoitengeneza ni Kenya ya mtoto kama huyu. Huyu na wenzake ambao wanaishi katika ulimwengu wa mitandao, ambao wakiingia online wanasema mbona lile taifa wanafanya vile? Mbona sisi hatuna hilo? Akiingia mtandaoni anasema mbona wale wanafanya hivi biashara na sio sisi? Lakini hapa tulipo, tunapolianzisha hili, tuna uwezo wa kumpa mtoto Adrian pamoja na wenzake Kenya hiyo. Tutaweza, hatutaweza? Na kwa pamoja, this is a symbolic way ya kumpeleka mtoto kwa Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Watu wazima jamani, tumshabikie mtoto. Mashallah. Asante sana. Anaitwa Adrian Gweth. Take it away, Baba.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Adrian Gweth Ombuni. I am 7 years old. In 2060, I will be 41 years old. My dream for Kenya, I would like to see good school for all children, good hospital for everyone, clean water for every home, clean roads everywhere, more jobs for young people, happy and safe families, clean towns and cities, more trees and green spaces, our animal protected, peace in Kenya. Mr. President, I want to grow up in a happy and safe Kenya. I want Kenya to be a country where every child can dream and achieve their dreams. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you.
Wow, wow, wow. Jamani wazazi, simnigawe huyu. Asante, asante. Thank you so much. Mark?
Yes. That is a leader. That is a leader. Thank you to Adrian Gweth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would like to call on someone also who's taken up the throes of leadership in his own aspect and respect. The young lad is called Ahmed Rashid. He is a president at the University of Nairobi and, of course, taking up leadership and speaking to the future that he aspires to achieve together as a nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Rashid Ahmed.
Thank you, thank you. The President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Speaker of the National Assembly, if he is present, Speaker of the Senate, Cabinet Secretaries, senior government officials from all the three arms of government, student leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the young people of Kenya. This is a golden opportunity, and I know the drafters of this vision will agree with me that the vision of Kenya beyond 2030 is already at the implementation stage. Already there is the implementation of youth inclusion in leadership and governance. I'm facing this side because I'm told this is a conversation. Therefore, I should not make a speech. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity to say that many young people, including myself, were not part and parcel when the Vision 2030 was being launched. But I am as well a beneficiary of the Vision 2030, the free primary education, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I represent a generation, the young people of Kenya, who not only question, but are as well ready to provide solutions and suggestions. Comrades, power! We will not only question, but we will as well provide solutions and suggestions. Your Excellency, in Kenya and Africa at large, the majority population consists of young people. Therefore, we should see this as an advantage. I want to make a commitment on behalf of the young people that we will be at the forefront. We will be the drivers of the vision of Kenya beyond 2030. This is not about government. This is not about young people or the old people. It's about Kenya. Leaders come and go, but Kenya will remain. Comrades, power! We are already on the right direction. Your Excellency, 2 months ago, I was in South Africa, and I was really shocked to see that many people in South Africa were working with physical cards and cash. I was like, kwani nyinyi hamna M-Pesa? Kitu naitwa M-Pesa. Something similar to M-Pesa. I was really shocked. The digitalization of our mobile banking is something that we are really proud. So we are already there. We are already there. All we need is just to make it a dream and a realization. Singapore, tutafika. Sisi, wote. Your Excellency, and I will read this in verbatim. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, this is a great conversation where the energy and the aspiration of young people like myself meet the wisdom and the experience of leaders like Your Excellency, the President. It is a conversation that goes beyond 2030, focusing on the future of our nation and the role of young people in shaping it. This is undoubtedly one of the most inspiring conversations for Kenyans youth. Our commitment is reflected in your appointment of our youngest Principal Secretary for Youth Affairs, P.S. Fikrini Jacobs, a clear demonstration of your confidence in young leadership. After more than 12 years, we are finally seeing the renewed hope with the long-awaited National Youth Council elections coming in October. Therefore, Your Excellency, I'm ready to drive this vision, me as an individual, and the young people at large, so that we be part and parcel of this. And we are ready, and I am ready, me myself, I'm ready to lead the young people of this great republic. Your Excellency, niko na salamu kutoka University of Nairobi. I know you're alumni 001. So leo walisema, lazima nikusalimie, nisitoke bila kukusalimia. Pia niko na salamu kutoka the students from all the universities in Kenya. The students, leaders specifically, some have traveled all the way from Turkana, Lodwar, Homa Bay, Garissa, Mandera, and they are here to witness the launch of this vision. I heard someone saying that when someone is meeting the president for the first time, they usually cry. So I have just carried my handkerchief just in case. Your Excellency, the future of Kenya is young, a digital Kenya, and a Kenya whose growth must reach every town and every village. I come from a constituency called Ijara in Garissa County, and I want to imagine a future where someone do not necessarily travel to Nairobi, maybe, let's say, to access a certain service. So urbanization, as one of the pillar in this vision, must also be considered. Your Excellency, I want to thank you sincerely for including youth in your leadership. Thank you so much once again for this vision, the vision that you have imagined way even beyond your lifetime. 30 years from now, I will be your age, but you'll be at a very old age. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, everyone, and God bless Kenya. Comrades, power!
Asante sana. Let's give a hand to the young leader. And I'm sure he wants to steal a picture with the president. This is the only opportunity you have, sir. Well, not. The conversation continues, so I'm sure the president will be sitting with many across the country, coming to you where you are, and will be able to interact in person and get your feedback directly from you, from whichever stakeholder body that you represent. Academia is also represented here. Speaking of which, I'd like to call on Professor Hiroyuki Hino, who has held great positions in terms of the outlook of the economy, whether it's in Asia or in Africa. And he has a lot to lend in terms of reflections of what we can not just aspire, but actually realize and live. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Hiroyuki Hino.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished guests, Thank you. I'm most grateful for this opportunity to speak with you at this conference, which launches a nationwide consultation to forge consensus on a vision beyond 2030. Your Excellency, I'm deeply gratified that you continue to honor a conversation you had with the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga only a few weeks before his untimely departure. Immediately after that after that conversation, the former Prime Minister called me. He was full of hope. He said, the Prime Minister said, President Ruto and the former Prime Minister had agreed that it was imperative to take a fresh look at where Kenya stood. How difficult it was for ordinary Kenyans to earn a decent living, how government could help them better. Your Excellency, you and the Prime Minister agreed that Kenya needed a bold vision that would inspire and unite all Kenyans, irrespective of their political or ethnic affiliation. The vision should be prepared by experts who are independent of government and trusted by the public, and with full participation of all stakeholders. For this purpose, Your Excellency, you decided to reconstitute the National Economic and Social Council as an independent body. It was indeed a special privilege to be included in that conversation, Mr. President. Thank you. For Ryder's legacy, and as a Kenyan at heart, I'll be honored to assist Kenya in this endeavor. Your Excellency, I'm told that many Kenyans are skeptical. They believe that Singapore is too high a target for Kenya to reach in this generation. I agree that reaching Singapore's level of development in the next 30 to 40 years will be difficult. Singapore's income per Singapore's level of income per person last year exceeded $80,000. This in Kenya, the income was just over $2,000. Huge difference. But I would say this to the skeptics. Kenyans possess personal attributes that can power extraordinary growth. The Asian miracle was driven in important part by the strength of its people. Hard work, motivation, discipline, and cooperation. During my 5 years as economic advisor to the Prime Minister, and later a senior advisor to the then Deputy President, William Ruto, I often visited the Amref Dagaroti Child in Need project. There, children who once worked on streets received compassionate educational, medical, and psychological support, along with vocational training and opportunities in theater, music, and the arts. I was deeply impressed. Those young people were entrepreneurial, energetic, and highly motivated. And after all, they were happy despite the hardship they endured. Scientific evidence support. Can you see? Next page. Scientific evidence supports my favorable impression of Kenyan children. Since 2008, my colleagues, Professors Jennifer Lansford of Duke University and Professor Paul Oburu of Maseno University, have been studying 100 children and their parents in Kisumu, using well-established methods of developmental psychology. Their findings show that Kenyan children are more optimistic and persevering than their peers in several developing and developed countries. Kenyan children demonstrate greater hope and confidence in the future, as well as greater determination to pursue their goals. Kenyan children also do well in 3 other dimensions of flourishing. Number 1, engagement. That is, being involved deeply in activities. Number 2, connectedness. That is the feeling loved, supported, and valued. And happiness. That is a great general sense of cheerfulness and contentment with life. But not all is well, of course. Kenyan children perform less well than their peers in self-management, what psychologists call self-regulation. This means they have greater difficulty staying focused on long-term goals, managing emotions under stress, exercising self-discipline, and adapting to change. Strengthening these abilities can raise productivity, growth, and employment. I believe this study that is conducted by my colleagues will shed light on how learning and socialization shape personal attributes, entrepreneurial mindset, and attitude toward informality, and how these in turn influence employment and other livelihood choices. Although this is a small pilot study, we hope that its finding will help us recommend policies to Kenya to strengthen the learning and socialization of Kenyan children and thus improve their prospect as young adults. Your Excellency, economic growth and large investment projects are important. However, ultimately, a government is judged by how well it improves the economic and social well-being of every citizen. Kenya has made a significant stride. In the last 20 years, average household income per person increased from $2.24 to $3.50 per day. That is an important improvement. Access to electricity, clean cooking fuels, safe drinking water, and improved sanitation rose by 37 percentage points to 60% on average. Again, important progress. The share of children not stunted improved from 70 to 80%. These are important progress. Yet, frankly, for a country of Kenya's stature, this record is disappointing. In household income, childhood nutrition, basic services and learning, Kenya trails Vietnam, which used to trail Kenya by far, and at par is broadly comparable to Ghana, and Kenya can do better. Suppose Kenya aims to reach Singapore's current levels in these 4 indicators of economic well-being, and by its centenary, 2063. Is this as implausible as many Kenyans assume? Is it that difficult? You should give up. In my view, Kenya can reach or surpass 3 of the 4 goals. First, the remaining cases of stunting are concentrated in the south area. With concerted action, stunting could be virtually eliminated within 10 years. That I'm confident of. I recognize it may be more appropriate to use the broader measure of public health as indicators of Kenyan well-being, but for this purpose, that I chose the stunting to highlight the plight of these underprivileged in those areas. That's why this indicator was chosen. Second, Kenya's Harmonized Test Score, HTS, a globally accepted measure of learning, was 26% below Kenya's level last year. Sorry, Singapore's level last year. To close this gap by 2063, annual improvement of only 0.63% is needed. This is achievable if Kenya continues to improve the quality of primary and secondary education. It's doable. The third, in Singapore, access to basic services is universal. But only about 60% in Kenya. It's still a big gap. Reaching 100% by 2063 would require annual growth of 1.3%. This is also achievable. It's achievable because access to clean cooking fuel is the weakest area of those services, but new technologies could expand this access very rapidly. So it's certainly doable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth target, that is to raise the average household income to Singapore's level, is much, much harder. This would require income per person to grow by more than 10% per year for 35 years. That is a very tall order. So what should Kenya do? So Kenya must accelerate economic growth first. It should tighten fiscal policy, increase investment in infrastructure, on essential services, and bring public debt under control. It must also continue to support private enterprises. Reliance on private sector has been the hallmark of Singapore's development. These are the basics that has to continue. But even if this is done, without additional impetus, growth is likely to hit a plateau in Kenya. Over the last several decades, most middle-income countries have failed to cross the high-income level threshold. And this is the phenomenon known as the middle-income trap. It's hard to cross the high-income threshold. And Kenya will face an additional challenge. International trade has become less predictable. Support for many UN agencies has weakened, and development assistance, ODA, has fallen sharply. So it is more difficult. Against these headwinds, Kenya would do well to achieve and sustain annual per person income growth of 5%. Kenya would do well, 5% growth. If we assume population to grow by 1% per year, this translates to growth of GDP, the economic measures as a whole, of about 6.5% a year. If achieved, this would be a remarkable, if it's achieved, yes, a remarkable achievement indeed, if it could be done. But reaching Singapore's current income level requires another 5 percentage point income growth every year. That's hard. In other words, Kenya needs a quantum jump, quantum leap to a substantially higher growth trajectory. This requires bold and transformative change. Kenyan flower, thank you. The Kenyan flower industry is an example. It illustrates the transformative change we are looking for. By adapting new floriculture technologies and faster global transport network, the flower industry became most competitive globally and achieved a huge growth in its revenue. So there is an example of a Kenya needs similar transformative changes throughout its economy and society. What could bring the transformative changes we desire? Answers to this question should emerge from the national dialogue and the work of committee of experts that I hope the President will constitute. At this stage, I would offer a few observations. First, AI, artificial intelligence, will no doubt transform economies and societies, many aspects of it. But now, at this stage, we do not yet know exactly how they will transform. So this is an area that we should draw on leading global experts as Kenya develops a new vision. Second, Kenyans could become among the world's most entrepreneurial, hardworking, and competitive people if their children's productive attributes are fully nurtured. In my view, this requires a review of the formal education system in Kenya now. The scope of education and learning should be expanded beyond cognitive skills to include broader self-management and other capabilities in Kenya education. That's been done. Third, inequality in Kenya is high. Kenya is an unequal economy. The poorest 20% of Kenyans receive only 5% of national income, whereas the richest 20% receive one half. Richest 5%, 20% of income, poorest 5%, only 5%. Narrowing this imbalance would raise income of ordinary household and bring Kenya closer to the income growth trajectory to Singapore we are looking for. Three possible remedies deserve considerations this inequalities. One is to increase government support to people in need of help. In Singapore, the government transfers about $7,300 per person per year. In Kenya, guess how much? $220. Kenya can increase this amount. The other possible remedy is to embrace small informal enterprises rather than dismissing them. Professor Charles Piot, my colleague, and I conducted a study of informal enterprises in Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. The study shows informal enterprises can grow fast, especially when owners informal characters are combined with informal ways of doing business. They can grow fast. They do not necessarily need subsidized government loans. Privately financed microfinance can work well. Inequality should be a central element of the national consultation. Finally, corruption damages the economy and weakens the social fabric. Curbing corruption will be a truly transformative for Kenya. Kenyans often say that government tolerates corruption, and public officials are rarely prosecuted. I agree, where there is sufficient evidence, those responsible must be brought before the courts. But citizens also have an important role to play. When citizens witness or learn of corruption, they can expose them through social media. As we saw 2 years ago, social media movements can be a powerful force for accountability. So Kenyan citizens should take active role in curbing corruption as well. I welcome the conflict of interest law and electronic procurement system that was introduced as part of broader governance reforms supported by the World Bank. Priority now is to enforce those measures fully and consistently, and citizens should help by staying vigilant and demanding accountability. To conclude, the national consultation launched today will be a major asset to setting the stage for transforming Kenya to a first world economy. In this speech, I've highlighted 4 themes for the national consultation: childhood learning, support for the poor, micro-business development, and the fight against corruption. I'm confident that other important ideas will emerge through this national process. Ladies and gentlemen, Raila dreamed of a new Kenya where ordinary citizens enjoy a decent life and look to the future with full of hope. His dream, Raila's dream, was to empower young Kenyans to live their dreams. Your Excellency, you shared the Raila's dream and had a deal with them. And that deal is a new vision. Your Excellency, you have triggered the curiosity of Kenyans. Stay the course to the end, please. And to the people of Kenya, remember this: Singapore is reachable. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Hiroiki Hino. I believe you'll probably shake hands with the president there. He's worked and advised the president as a deputy then, and now he's here to lend just some brief. We can look to as a nation. Beg your pardon for that. And the conversation continues and will be coming to you as I believe we have people following us online and on radio and on television. And this is a conversation as much for you as it is starting for us here, convened in this meeting.
Kwa wasioelewa sana alichokitamka ndugu yangu, anasema kwamba ni mazungumzo ya kitaifa ambayo tayari yameanza na yataendelea. Hapa tupo katika ukumbi huu wa KICC. Lakini mazungumzo haya yanaendelea kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Nimechungulia nikaona live handle ya X ya Mr. President is live. Haucheki nao? Wapi makofi kwa X handle ya Mr. President jamani? Wako macho, wako na sisi sana, na nikajuzwa pia handles zote za afisi zote za Ikulu pia ziko live, na ndo ulimwengu ambao tunawishi, ulimwengu wa kileo. Nataka tujishebedue kidogo, tunyoshe misuli kidogo, manake tunajua kwamba upande wa nyuma umri umesonga, miguu kidogo inaanza kufaganzi, si ndio? Kuna mtu hapa nikimwambia nyanya mkuu Kabogo, sinaangalia hivyo, kimguu akijaanza kufa ganzi. Mheshimiwa Kabogo, hebu fanya hivi kidogo. Niliwaambia na ameshindwa. Najua miguu imekufa ganzi kidogo, kwa hiyo nataka tusimame tuweze kujishebedua, lakini kidogo niwakumbushe hili. Kitu ambacho kinanifurahisha sana kuwepo kwenye jukwaa hii leo hii, nilipokuwa mtoto mdogo, mamangu ndo huwa anaelezea hiki kisa, kwamba nikiwa na umri kama miaka 6 vile, nilimwambia mamangu ninataka kuwa mtangazaji siku moja. Na nikamwambia mama, natamani nisiwe mkubwa kama wewe kwa kuwa sitatoshea ndani ya redio. I'm happy mmenielewa. What does that mean? Kwamba kipindi hicho ningeulizwa, Melody Sinzore, unataka kuwa mtangazaji, tukusaidieje siku za baadaye uwe mtangazaji? Ningesema nataka mtengeneze redio kubwa ambayo nitatoshea ndani. Si mmenielewa? Ndo kitu tunachokifanya leo. Tunatengeneza kesho na kesho kutwa ya watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu wenye ndoto tofauti tofauti. Tuwatengenezee mazingira mapya na mema katika taifa hili. 2030 imetufikisha hapa, lakini tuna hatua za mbele za kuendeleza. Kati yetu najua yupo mwanamuziki ambaye anatutumbuiza, lakini kwa wasiojua, najua pia media houses tayari zinapeperusha matangazo haya moja kwa moja. Na wanauliza huyu Melody Sinzore ni mtangazaji kutoka wapi? Ni mtangazaji wa Radio Citizen FM. Chemichemi ya ukweli, stesheni nambari... mmesema wenyewe. Stesheni nambari... Asanteni sana. Mabibi na mabwana, wachumba, wanaopendana na wanaovumiliana, wanaotafuta wachumba, wanandoa na wanandoa watarajiwa, kwa pamoja naomba tumkaribishe the one and only Guardian Angel kwenye wimbo wake Kenya.
Asante. DJ. Mheshimiwa Rais, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure. Mimi naitwa Guardian Angel ama Waingo. Ni msanii. Katika uchezaji wa mpira usually sisi wale tunakaa nje ndio tunasemanga angepiga hivi ama angefunga namna hii ama huyu mtu anatuuza. Lakini ukiwekwa ndani ya kiwanja ndio utajua kumbe ile kiwanja ni kubwa. Si ni kweli? Kwa hiyo leo Mheshimiwa Rais, nakushukuru sana kwa sababu ya kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo na wewe pia, na kuturuhusu kwamba sisi kama wananchi tuje pamoja kwa ajili ya kuzungumzia ujenzi. Kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana, haiwezi kujengwa na mtu mmoja. Kwa hiyo asante sana kwa kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo. Hata Biblia inasema Mungu ilifika wakati akasema njooni tusemezane. Kwa hiyo tunakushukuru sana kwa kuturuhusu kusemezana ili tuweze kujenga taifa. Sasa nataka tu sisi wote, kila mtu ainue mkono ya mwenzake, mwambie tushikane mikono tujenge Kenya. Asante. Tushikane mikono tujenge Kenya. Akina mama hoye, vijana oye, akina mama oye, vijana oye, wananchi wote, viongozi wote, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya, tuungane sote. Wananchi wote, viongozi wote, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya, tuungane sote tuijenge. Wanaolala tutoke kwa vitandao, akina mama tufunge maleso, tusiwatukane viongozi kwa mitandao. Let's take a step ya kuleta mabadiliko. Wale wanatoka ghetto wote na wale wa town, wale wanatoka village wote na wale wa mtaa, uptown, downtown, round town. Kenya ni nchi ya Mungu, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Kenya ni nchi ya Mungu. Aya, shika mkono ya jirani. Viongozi wote tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Wananchi wote, viongozi wote, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Asante sana. Ambia jirani yako tuijenge Kenya. Tujenge Kenya. Asante. Listen. When we say respect Kenya, show love to Kenya, peace, love and unity in our lovely land Kenya. Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it, to kizika tunajizika. When we say respect Kenya, show love to Kenya, peace, love and unity in our lovely land Kenya. Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it, to kizika tunajizika. Akina mama boy, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Akina mama boy, niweke tu makofi namna hii pole pole. Asante sana. Akina mama boy, akina mama boy, sema tujenge Kenya, twende tujenge Kenya, kila mtu twende. Tujenge Kenya. Asante.
Mashallah, asante. Naomba tuketi jamani, asanteni sana kwa heshima hiyo. Naomba tuketi, asanteni sana. Ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu, ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu, karibia kaka mwenye upara huyo.
Everyone is accommodated, wanao vipara, wale wanao wamebarikiwa na nywele. This is an inclusive conversation. So, asante sana, Melody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of an inclusive conversation, we just want to start it off. It's not conclusive, it's inclusive. And it's not thorough in the sense we are not ending it here. We're just starting. And for that, I'd like to call on Julie Gishuru, ladies and gentlemen, who will be steering that conversation. As she stands by, we'll put some things into context in terms of the journey that has been on the screens that are around this room, and I'm sure those following us from home will be able to follow this. It is just a true testimonial from wananchi ambao wengi wao hawako hapa, but they have had the impact of the journey that we've had so far. And right after that, Julie Gishuru will be taking stage to steer the conversation that starts today. Asante sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? KICC? How are we doing? Tuko hapa kujenga Kenya. Kujenga nchi yetu. I want us to reflect for a moment, and we're going to have a video on just now. But just before the video plays, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. What is Kenya? Think about it. To you, what is Kenya? The other question I want you to ask yourself, how many nations enable their people to come together in a collective conversation on who we are and who we seek to become? How many nations? Our neighbors in Africa, around the world? How many nations give voice to the citizen in the way we are about to? And so please reflect on that. A video will play and I'll come right back on the stage. Thank you.
Please, studio, let's have the video. Naonekana studio yetu hawajafikisha Vision 2060. Twende kazi.
Question anyone has asked about Kenya this year, because in 1960 a small island with no oil and no land asked exactly the same thing. They moved a nation of villagers into high-rise flats. People carried their chickens up the stairs because nobody gives up a life on the word of a government. 60 years later, Singapore is the richest country in Asia. It still has no oil. It refines everybody else's. In 1965, a Kenyan and a South Korean earned the same money, $110 a year each. Today, the Korean earns $36,000. The Kenyan earns $2,400. China passed us, Vietnam passed us, Bangladesh passed us, Ghana passed us. Vision 2030 promised a middle-income country by the end of this decade. 4 years out, the government's own verdict is one word. So a plan for 2060 must survive a harder question than economics. Why trust the future to people you do not yet trust with the present?
Hiyo maneno ya Vision 2060 is a con.
The critics are not a footnote in this film. They are half of it.
National development must never be left to chance or short-term politics.
A charter written by Kenyans, built to outlive whoever is in State House, but paper is only paper. What does it look like on a Tuesday morning? 5 million people, 12 million journeys a day, a road network designed for a town. 30 kilometers underground, 25 stations, Eastlands to town in the time it takes to finish a phone call. Nairobi first drew this line in 1948, and again in 1972, and again in 2014. This time it is cabinet approved, county approved and priced. 1 trillion shillings. We are growing the wrong way. Outward, plot by plot, eating the farmland that feeds us, then running a road, a sewer and a power line to every plot. 1 sewer serving 50,000 people instead of 500. Housing and food security are not competing for the same land. They are competing for the same decision. Living is the simplest test there is. A tap that works, a roof that is yours, a clinic in walking distance that has the medicine, a school where the teacher has been paid. The levy has taken 212 billion shillings off Kenyan payslips. By the government's own count, 8,367 homes are finished. That gap is not an accounting error. It is the whole argument. Africa's most famous slum, taken down block by block and rebuilt on the same ground for the same people. 10,000 people in zones C and D were given 13 days and 60,000 shillings to move. The building is the easy part. The question is simpler and harder. Who gets the keys? For 60 years, farming here has been a bed placed twice a year on rain. 1 million acres under irrigation is not a poem. It is a decision about whether we eat what we grow. Galana Kulalu has been announced and re-announced since Vision 2030 was young. Here is the thing we keep apologizing for. We have no oil, our neighbors do. Singapore has no oil either. You do not need the resource, you need the position, the port, and the people. We have all three, 700,000 barrels a day. Their crude, our refinery, is sold back to the region and onward to the world. A duty-free port and 60,000 jobs if the promise holds. There's one thing we have never needed a plan for. The best in the world at running on dirt roads in borrowed shoes with no system at all. Imagine what happens when you build one. Sport is not a medal, it is a pitch in every ward. So the next one is found on purpose instead of by accident. 11 months, the stadiums are not finished. Nigeria turned Afrobeats into an export. South Africa did it with Amapiano. We had the talent. What we never had was an industry, a studio in the estate where you already live, and a royalty statement that is not zero, because a country that cannot pay its artists doesn't have a creative economy. The same bill that promises artists their royalties also carries the power to take content down. Half of us are under 20. By 2050, there will be 85 million of us in cities that have not been built yet. Every one of those pictures is a decision someone has to make. Not a dream, a decision with a budget line and a name on it. They laughed at Singapore too, then they visited. It turns out you can build a country and still keep the chicken. You just have to decide to.
What Kenya do we choose? And we get to talk about it. We get to talk about it. If you remember the 80s, how many remember the 80s? Let's see hands. Single party rule, right? We pushed for multi-party democracy. We went into the 90s. We achieved multi-party democracy. We started the push for a new constitution. And we pushed and pushed together as a country. And then we hit the early 2000s and we formed the Bomas process and the CKRC, the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. I say this because so many young people don't know where Kenya has come from. The Constitution of Kenya Review Commission spent years at Bomas of Kenya in Lang'ata, taking the views of Kenyans from all over the country, through their representatives, through civil society, spoke and spoke and spoke, and argued and argued and argued, and debated and dialogued. And we got our first draft, which did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans. Do we remember? It did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans because it was taken back to Kenya. And then we went back to the drawing board. And then we had a new constitution. 2010, was it? But Vision 2030 had already been birthed. And now we get to birth a vision under our new constitution. And many a time we are frustrated in Kenya. But how often do we stop to say, thank you, Lord, for a country where we can push for what we want. And for that, before I invite our panel, I want to ask us to celebrate our country and ourselves in ululation. I am so proud of being Kenyan because of processes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, leo we are all wananchi. Your Excellency, today we are all citizens. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Allow me now to invite our panel to come up and take their seats, and we will start a dialogue. Dr. James Mwangi, please come up. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Daisy Amdani, who's the Executive Director of CRON, focused on community advocacy and awareness. Give her a round of applause. Dr. Mwangi, I didn't give your role because everyone in Kenya knows who you are and what you do. Please take your seat. Please sit where you are most comfortable. Next, let me ask Betty Maina, former CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, to come up and take her seat. Faith Beatrice, President of Daystar University Students Association. Faith, where are you? Please come up, give her a round of applause. Mwita Ian Matiko, student leader, Kenya Methodist University. Let's give him a round of applause as well. Festus Mwanza Kaluki, youth leader from Machakos, representing people living with disabilities. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up as well. And also with us, Ambassador Bitange Ndemo. Please do come up and take your seat. He's Kenya's ambassador, I believe, to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Commission. Please do take a seat. Thank you all so much for joining this conversation. I will start with a simple question. How far have we come as a nation, in your view? And what have our greatest achievements been? And then from there, for you, where are we going? Where should we be going? And how do we get there? Can I start with a youth voice? Faith, kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. So one great achievement that we've seen is the development in terms of roads. We've seen KICC Highway and Vision 2030. That's one of the developments for Vision 2030. Which is a movement along Thika Superhighway, leading to economic growth and empowerment here.
Yes, for you, that is
That's pivotal, yeah.
Sorry, Kenyans are adaptable. When things don't work, we figure it out, right? So that's another wonderful thing about us. James, take us to your journey. Of course, you are part of Vision 2030. You have also been part of building Kenya, private sector, but also wings to fly, and development-wise, you've done a lot. How much have we achieved? And where are we going?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jury. Looking back, we have made very significant progress, but progress is always relative. You only appreciate how far we have gone if you look at our age of 60 years relative to other economies and their age. That's how you really appreciate. But at the Vision 2030, the data was out there. We are ranging between 50 and 80 in terms of achievement of targets. So when you get 50, you have passed. If you get 80, you have done very well. So it's really a question of relying on data. Could we have done better? I think Professor Ino's feedback, because he held the mirror for us, there are areas we could have done better. And that is why it is important to formulate Vision 2063 so that we can do better in the areas that we did well, but also continue to do well in the areas we did well. But I would like to single education and health. To me, while the indicators have not really been what they should be, getting 1.2 million children to sit for an exam in 1 year and graduate to the next, that to me is a huge achievement because we have moved from a very low number.
Where are we going?
I think where we are going is, and I was sitting next to a dream, is fulfilling his dreams. This vision is not about our generation. This vision is about our children and our grandchildren. And he reflected where we are going. And it's, as he spoke, I was amazed that he's helping us to see where we didn't get it right, that we could have been more people-centered. It's really him, it was all about people. Education, security, health, neighborliness, environment. That is all about people. Yes, we did lay foundation in infrastructure, but Adrian representing the people for who we are here, wants a people-centered vision.
Very powerful, very powerful. Let me come next to you, Daisy. Tell us what you are most impressed with in terms of what we've achieved, and tell us where are we going. Let's try. Let's see if the mic is working.
Okay, thank you. Try again. Just hold it. Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. I think, and I'm going to speak as a woman, that in Kenya, I think we've made significant strides. I think the most important thing that we did for ourselves as a country was the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that gave us the framework for inclusion. And when I think of, you talked about the 80s, and there are many things that people don't know about where women came from. I remember when we were in school in the 80s, a woman could not walk into a bank and open a bank account without the permission of her husband, if she had one, or her father, or a significant male other. Women were not seen as having personal agency. Today, women are at the forefront of economic growth, you know? So that's really significant. If you look at our history, where we came from in terms of political representation, it was a male-dominated field. Women who aspired to be leaders were considered somehow wayward because it was really considered a male domain. Today, we have women at every level of our governance, at the county governments, in parliament, in the cabinet. I see here we have 2 female governors of the 6 governors that we have in our country. So we're changing the face of what leadership and governance and power looks like. When you talk about indicators in terms of education, maternal health, in terms of economic growth, I think we've made significant growth, and we need to appreciate that. We look at all the hardware that's been there, the roads, the railways, and everything. But even in terms of income generation, I think we've come a long way as Kenyans. So somebody talked about, the young man talked about democracy, the freedom. You know, I really don't think we appreciate the kind of freedom that we have in this country. Angel sang about how Kenyans shouldn't insult their leaders on social media. The freedoms that we have in Kenya, the ability to be able to speak and express yourself, I think this is something that we take for granted because it's not available in many other jurisdictions, but in Kenya we do, and that's why I appreciate this conversation, because it's giving us an opportunity to be able to have a conversation and channel our energies towards talking about the Kenya we want to see beyond Vision 2030, but also to diffuse some of the tensions that are there, because we agree that we're having this conversation within a context of a lot of uncertainty in terms of employment, economic pressures, and all that. So there's also skepticism as to why is this conversation coming at a time like this, just a year before elections. But I think it's important that we have it now. That's why it's important that we have it now. So even the ability to be able to gather here together, to have that conversation, the president calling us as citizens to have a conversation about what the future of our country looks like. I think we've come very far, because usually it's always top down. It's presented to you as citizens, not calling you in to come in. Let's have a dialogue, let's reason together, and let's vision our country together.
That's incredible. Thank you for that. I think it brings me to Betty. Let me come to you next. And, you know, we were at the forefront of a lot of dialogue over the past 20 to 30 years. And maybe one of the most important things about this country is the ability to sit together and listen to each other when we need to, in the most difficult moments. Let's walk through for you, what are you most proud of? And now as this country comes together in this discussion, starts this process, what's the realistic, process that we need to go through? And I think it will be discussed further, but this is not a short journey. This is to tell us what you see, and ideally, where do you want us to land as a country?
Well, thank you. It's on, right? Well, thank you, Julie, and referencing how far we've come in this conversation about the future of the country. And like you, I'm actually very excited that we're having this conversation in this context, because we've had conversations about Kenya in the past, and it's not from the 60s, when we think about the futures work that was done by the NCCK. So Kenyans have been thinking about...
We adapt.
Sorry. Kenyans have been thinking about themselves. We gave ourselves a vision at independence. We gave ourselves the goal of eradicating poverty, disease, and ignorance. And therefore, we've been shaping our futures over different times. We've seen, as James has said, if I think about our childhood, when we grew up, I'm thinking it's my age or slightly older, the differences in our experiences as children then, and where we are and where our children and grandchildren, because now we have grandchildren, are growing up, that's a totally different society and a better quality of life. So I think we need to give ourselves credit that we are not where we were in 1963. But we are not where we would like to be. So we've accomplished a lot socially, politically. We've celebrated the Constitution. Economically, we've seen better livelihoods than we experienced, education, health. There are many things that we can talk about and celebrate as having accomplished as Kenya. But we are also aware that there are things, we gave ourselves 80%. Somebody might be less generous, James, and say maybe we should give ourselves 70. So 70 gives you an indication of how far you are. And Professor Hino has clearly told us this is where you could be if you did different things. And I think when we now think about the future, we need to think about not focusing on the things that have worked. We like to look at buildings. We think development is capital projects, roads, which is true. It facilitates that. But there is something within that we need to work on. What sort of economy do we have? We focus a lot on, and we are aware of how unequal our society is. So if you ask me, what should we aspire to? We should aspire to a lot more of an equal society. What are the things that will get us that? Professor Hino points out, but history also points out that hard work, clearly, discipline, integrity are critical for building blocks for the future. Everybody wants to become rich, but how do they want to become rich? And do they become rich at somebody else's expense? We need to fix the institutions that offer equality for Kenyans. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Still adapting. Okay. Can I just bookmark that when Professor Hino did his presentation, and when you mentioned informal sector, there was an applause that came from the back. So I just want to recognize that's a very big part, I think, of what Kenyans want us to focus on is how to give dignity and opportunity and pathways forward to the informal sector. Let me come to you next, Ian. A lot of what we talked through earlier, you probably didn't live through, right? So when you have the chance to look forward and imagine and dream everything. We have a restless, cynical and tired, kind of disappointed Gen Z and youth population. How do we inspire? How do we rebuild? And what do you see as the future for the country?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ian Mwita Matiko. I may not have lived to see the Vision 2030 being born back in 2008, but I have been a beneficiary of that vision from the time I was born up until this moment. So I'll say what is working in the present and where I think we are headed as a country and what I envision, what I would want as a Gen Z to be achieved in 2060. What is working currently? I've had the opportunity to work under 3 ministries currently. I have worked under the Ministry of Interior, under PS Raymond. I've worked under the Ministry of PS Fikirini Jacobs, and under the ministry that coordinates Nyota Fund. One of the things that I can say with full confidence that is working is that for the first time in the history of this country, we have had the young generation being brought in conversations, national conversations on matters of security. And that is thankful to Jukwaa Wasomi, which was born last year, under the leadership of UCSPAC, which is the Universities and Colleges Students' Peace Association of Kenya. That Jukwaa Wasomi is working in conjunction with Jukwaa Usalama under the docket of PS Raymond Amolo. So that is one of the most significant things that I've been able to witness as a young person, because now we are revolutionizing our security to include the very people who are going to take it up later on in the future. The second thing is about Nyota Fund. Now, people may see it as a very small thing, but when you look at it keenly, it is inspiring millions of lives. Because for the first time, we have a president who's thinking about the hustlers out there. This Nyota Fund is revolutionizing the way in which we think, because we don't want just to tell people that we're giving you employment. We want to show them that this is how we are creating these job opportunities for you and inspiring you to a future. And the third one is, when you look at the National Youth Council, NYC, the last time the elections were held were 10 or 14 years ago. For the first time, we had it gazetted this year that the youth are going to elect their council to represent them in terms of government. And that is thankful to PS Fikirini. So that is what I've seen that is working currently. But what do I envision? Which Kenya do I want in 2060? One of the fundamental things that we need to underscore is the Kenya that we are building. We are not merely building Kenya for 2060. We are building a Kenya that we will want to leave behind for generations that are coming in. One of the things that I'd want to highlight is especially the health sector and the education sector. Let me begin with education. We must revolutionize the way in which we educate our people. We must not educate our people to seek for jobs today or to want jobs today, but we should position them to tackle problems that will arise in 2060. And that means we need to bolster our education system. We need to position our people in such a manner that we will not be consuming things from outside, or we will not be consuming knowledge from other states. We will be instead exporting knowledge to other states. We will be inventing and we'll be inventing things and sending them outside. So that means we need to invest more in our education sector. The second sector is health. We cannot be 60, now for 2060 will be 100 years, yeah? We cannot be 100 years old and we are still relying on external aid in terms of medicine, in terms of vaccine, because we are 100 years old. So we should invest in the health sector such that our young scientists, our professional doctors, our brilliant minds can come up with research. That research can be sponsored into the future, and they can dream about a Kenya that can, also innovate. We don't want to go to other states to compete in events. We also want to host those events, and we want to be better at those research competitions. So that is the kind of Kenya that I envision. And if I've been following the mind of the president, when you look at the trajectory that he's trying to build, he's trying to turn Kenya away from consumer country to a producing country, if you look at it keenly. So that is my input for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Festus. Ian, Festus, let me come to you next. You're a leader in your own right. You're doing that in Machakos County. What are you happy about in terms of what Kenya has achieved so far under Vision 2030? And what is your hope for 2063, Kenya at 100?
Thank you, Julie. Is it good morning? Is it good morning? Yes. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, my panelists. What has been significant about the achievement of Vision 2030 to us, persons with disabilities, because that is a constituency that I speak for and work for. We've seen enactment of the new Disability Act that has been in the parking lot for a very long time. The act was assented by our dear president last year, August. Was it August? Sometime last year, and that was a really great milestone that spoke to the intentionality of our government in terms of including persons with disabilities in their activities. We've also seen significant efforts by the government, especially in mashinani, whereby nothing can happen without us being on the table and having our voices where conversations are happening. Kudos to the Ngao team and to the other government sectors like the judiciary and other parastatals of government. And the hope that I have, or the hope that I see is, number one, before I go to the hope, can I cite an oversight that I have seen? Because this is a conversation anyway. When you look around this podium, and online as well, we are missing a very critical accessibility format for those that are following online and those that are in this place with hearing impairment. It was an oversight, and I give it as a recommendation that next time that is looked at critically, because
thank you.
This being a national conversation, then it ought to carry us all to the other side of the river. And the other observation that I have made, I'm moving to my hope. I have also observed that in most of our activities or our events, we are not intentional about including persons with intellectual disabilities. When I speak about persons with intellectual disabilities, is the people that we sometimes shun away from because of their complexity of their disabilities, in that the way they take concept in and the way they give output out is a little bit different from everyone in our midst today. And I believe that is something that in our next roadmap, we should have an intentional way of targeting, really targeting persons with intellectual disabilities and those with autism. The other thing is that I need us to see more formats of communication in our various engagements. I'll give examples. Persons who are short-sighted, that do not see small letters, how inclusive were we when we are projecting?
Even I was struggling.
In our screens, how inclusive was that? And those that use Braille is that format that is going to be accessible to those of us that have gone to school and can use Braille too as a way of communicating to themselves. Again, we have a very forgotten group in the communities that have not been participating in our activities most of the times because of the barriers. The deaf-blind people, we've seen how America has empowered the deaf-blind lawyer. All of us know her. We've seen how she even came to Kenya to inspire us, persons with disabilities, brought in by National Council and brought in to inspire and change a narrative that has been there of persons with deaf blindness are supposed to be left away. Just to ask, how many of us know that we have a language known as tactile? Tactile. How many of us know that? Mr. President, do you know tactile? Do you know how it is used? Please, it is actually embedded in our national book, our reference book, the Constitution of Kenya, whereby it's a mode of communication for those who are deaf, blind. So we'd also want to see that in play, because it is mandatory to carry all of us to the other side of the river. Now, yes. I am going to my hope. The Kenya I hope to see. I hope to see a Kenya that is inclusive, a Kenya that is intentional, a Kenya that is led by us with diverse perspectives and disabilities. We need to be included, not integrated. We don't want integration. We want to be at the center of where conversations are happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the humanity, even in how you started Festus, and you took a moment to recognize and greet us, and you've taken us through a comprehensive view of what's missing and where you need us to go. Thank you so much for that. I want to also just recognize, you mentioned somebody from a different country who inspired you, but we have our own in Kenya, do we not, who is a senator? Honorable Crystal, yes, and I don't know if she's here, but she's incredibly inspiring, and so I just wanted to also mention that. Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Ambassador Ndemo. Again, we were at the front lines of much of the change of Kenya with you. You were right there, and you saw what it took to change a nation. It's not easy to push, to evolve, but you did that. Take us through the learnings you had in delivering Vision 2030, the part you played in development of Kenya, and where you think we really need to be going for 2063.
Thank you, Julie. Let me recognize His Excellency the President, Deputy President, Prime Cabinet, Cabinet Ministers, and all guests and governors I saw here. The question I have to answer it from the problems that I had before we saw the changes. When going to high school, I would board a bus and leave, and my mother would only expect to hear my voice when I came back. There was no communication, there was zero. To get a telephone, if Mwangi can testify here, it took so long to get, if you get anything like that. But the government invested in ICT infrastructure. This ICT infrastructure completely changed the way the world works in Kenya. A lot of young people take it for granted when they get their passport within 2, 3, 4 days. For us, it used to be 6 months, 1 year before you got the passport. There are so many other government services that have been digitized since that time. I think 100% of the government services are online. We are able to pay our taxes online. We are able to communicate online. We are doing several things online because of infrastructure. I'm emphasizing this because Hino also said, going forward, we must look at the infrastructure that will take us forward. Today, with the little infrastructure that we have in northern Kenya, a mother takes a smartphone on a child's chest, and through AI, they are able to identify the kid has tuberculosis. The nurse can do that. This is something that used to be done by radiologists and other things. We need to expand that throughout the country. And what I'm saying, what we need going forward from today is actually to build the future infrastructure for AI, because AI is disrupting education, disrupting health, disrupting agriculture, and that we need to have its own infrastructure. And because of geopolitical contestation, there is a problem that we must begin to solve now. That what every country is doing is to build their sovereign AI, but there is a problem which the president knows very well, energy. We need to have energy. We cannot talk about AI going forward without significant amount of energy. I think we're at less than 5,000 megawatts. We probably need another 10,000 megawatts within a very short period. Companies like Microsoft try to invest in that space. We need to work with the private sector and build the infrastructure the same way we put the fiber in the undersea and also terrestrial to every county. We must invest in the future infrastructure for Kenya's competitiveness. Our education has done very well. Mwangi talked about it. We need to leverage AI because what the studies are showing is that most of us who have been teaching, we teach an average student. But with AI now, we can identify the needs of every child and actually provide the right thing. It is not going to destroy teachers. It's going to facilitate teaching. I would stop here because I can say.
Thank you so much. The simplest way, I think, to understand AI is to see it as a tool. Ni kama jembe, yeah? It doesn't replace the person who needs to do the work. Maybe jembe is wrong in today's environment, but it's a tool. Your Excellency, I do want to come to you before we open to the floor. As a leader, same question. What are you proud of in terms of what we've achieved so far? And where are we going? But as a citizen, as a farmer, where do you really want us to go? Please tell us.
Thank you very much, Julie. And good morning, everybody. Vision 2030 in 2008 became the roadmap for us as a nation to think long-term about our development. Maybe I see some people straining to see. Long-term for us to plan our way into prosperity. And we must commend President Mwai Kibaki and the vision bearers then, who provided a platform for us to put together what today is finally in the sunset years. Vision 2030 has provided a framework for us to figure out our development. It set out that Kenya should be an industrialized nation, middle income, high quality of life in a safe environment. All the targets we set for ourselves, we have been given a review of where we are on the economic pillar, on the social pillar, on the political pillar, and the enablers. And we have been given a scorecard by the Vision 2030 Secretariat. We have done fairly well in many aspects. We've done well in others more than others. We've been given the figures on the political pillar. We are at 80 plus. I think we have an A. And you can see it. We have a new constitution. We have a robust Bill of Rights. We have a democratic state. We have an open society, a rule of law. We have a working judiciary. We have a civil society that is not constrained. And we have made ourselves a very proud nation. In fact, globally, Kenya is recognized as a democratic country. It is part of the reason why in 2023-24, I paid a visit to America, and the single most important component was the fact that we share in our celebration of freedom and democracy. We have been given indication as to where we are with the economic pillar. In fact, I think of all the pillars, the economic pillar is where we have done not very well, at around 50, I think it was 52, 53%. On the social pillar, we are around 60. We have made progress. Today, we have significantly in our region, we've done very well in terms of paved roads. We have 20,000 kilometers of paved roads. We have a working SGR. We have an expressway. We have dualed some of our roads. We've extended electricity. We now have 10,000 homes. 10 million, sorry. 10 million households going to 11 million households connected to electricity. Our transition on education is significant. We have done very well. But why are we having this conversation? And I want to thank the people of Kenya. When I asked the country that it is time for us to have a national conversation about the long-term vision of our nation, we have been explained to why. Number one, Vision 2030 will come to an end in the next 3 years. Medium-term plan 4 is ending in 2027. For us to plan medium-term 5, medium-term plan number 5 is going to take from 2027 to 2032. Yet Vision 2030 is ending in 2030. So we need to have the longer-term vision for us to be able to plan medium-term 5. Reason number 1. Reason number 2, when we figured out Vision 2030, 20-something years ago, the world was much different from what we have today. Technology had not taken the space it occupies today. The advent of AI was not with us. We didn't have the serious effects of climate change the way we have today. We had a completely different situation. It is important that at this point in time, we give ourselves another opportunity to think about the long-term development of Kenya in the context of the world that we live in today. Number 3, when Vision 2030 was developed, it was developed before the new constitution. The new constitution provides us with a better and clearer framework on how to think long-term. And therefore, it is important that we engage in this exercise in the context of a new constitution. A new constitution that does not request us to consult the people. No, it is mandatory. The reason why you find in some cases many people do not understand, do not relate to Vision 2030 was because there was no public participation to the extent that we know public participation as provided for in the Constitution at the moment. And therefore, we have an opportunity this time round, different from the opportunity that was in 2008, to formulate a long-term plan, one that is done by the people, not by government, not by bureaucrats, by the people themselves. And therefore, we need to give ourselves the opportunity, and this opportunity that we have to think about Kenya long term. We want to pick the minds of everybody. The farmers, entrepreneurs, students, technocrats, everybody. Let them tell us what kind of future that we all want to think about. And nobody should assume that any one of us has the monopoly of knowledge. This cannot be, and I make it very clear, this is not a government project. This is a people's project. So Kenyans must prepare themselves. It is a responsibility put on our shoulders collectively. And I will be speaking as a citizen as well, because I also have aspirations on what I think our country should be, beyond me being a leader today in Kenya. And number 4, just so that we contextualize this, the center of gravity, global gravity, in terms of growth, is moving to Africa. Africa today is pivotal. Why? Because of 4 reasons. Number 1, we have the largest reserves of renewable energy. We have the youngest population, a population that a quarter of the world's population will be living in our continent by 2050. Number 3, we have the largest market that is emerging. Number 4, we have the largest reserves of uncultivated arable land for food security going into the future. And therefore, as the center of gravity, global growth moves to Africa, we must position Kenya appropriately so that we become that epicenter. It is for those 4 reasons in my thinking that this is the moment for us to imagine the Kenya that we all want into the future. Many people may say, this being a year where we are going into politics, maybe this should not be the opportunity for us. Now, I want to tell them, Kenya is bigger than any election. For far too long, we have made elections to look like it is a matter of life and death. It is not. Yes, it is important. And the reason why we have not achieved some of our targets is because we have made our plans not with the foresight of the future, not thinking about the next generation, but simply thinking about the next election. And that is how we haven't met some of our targets. And I speak from a position of knowledge, and I speak from a position of experience. It's not always that you become a president of a country. I have the privilege to be the president today. And I want to speak from that experience, that the pressure that always you have, even when you know as a leader this is the right thing to do, you are told always, this will affect your next election, don't do it. This will affect your next election, don't do it. Many are telling me, oh, you know, why don't you concentrate on the next election? Leave this thing, it can be done some other time. I'm telling them, the next election will come and go. Kenya must think beyond the next election. Kenya must think for the next generation. And I want to ask all of us here to think beyond any election cycle or any administration. We must think about the next generation. Let me conclude. I hope I'm not taking too much time. Let me say the following. I have listened to the presenters. I've listened to Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. I've listened to Adrian, the good young man who is 7 years old. I have also listened to Professor Hino. And as we have this conversation, I have picked 4 things. Number one, Professor Hino has said, for those countries that have succeeded, and he's given us examples of Singapore, Malaysia, he's told us about Vietnam, and all the other countries. What was central to their quantum leap was the people. Not the oil, not the gold or resources, it was the people. And we are lucky as the people of Kenya because we have the people, and they are very hard working. So we have what it takes to lift this country to the next level. Number 2, he has told us to pay attention to inequality. A very serious challenge in our nation is inequality. We have too many people who still sleep hungry. We have too many people who are jobless. We have too many people who don't have income. We cannot progress as a nation when we cannot take care of the vulnerable. So Professor Hino has told us 20% of the bottom poor account for only 5% of income, while 20% of the rich people, of those of us in the higher category, control 50% of income. So 20% bottom, 5% of income, 20% top, 50% of income, meaning 10 times what the bottom has. We have to pay attention. We have to pay attention. How we lift those low-income people, how they access, how their children go to school, how their medical bills are paid, how they access employment opportunities, and how we create equality. Number three, he has told us our opportunity is in raising small, medium, micro enterprises. We have an opportunity there. Sometimes we think they don't matter. But the good professor has told us that is where our opportunity is. How do we make micro, small, and medium enterprises grow? How do they access credit? How do they access opportunities? How do they access business? That should be we should pay attention. And then number 4, he has told us to pay attention to accountability, to dealing with corruption. He has told us 3 things. We now have a conflict of interest law, which we signed into law. There are many people who want to challenge it because it closes many doors on the people who have access to power, who want to use that power to access contracts and many things. Number 2, he has told us about EGP. We have been trying to implement EGP for many years. I am very happy that finally we have moved government procurement to an electronic platform where contracts can be transparent. We can know who is being allocated, which contract, for how much, and whether it matches the market parity. And he has told us that technology must play a very central role. I was listening to Mercy Mwangangi, our CEO of SHA, and he was saying the single most serious challenge he faces is how to stop fraud. You know? And we are very happy that finally, using technology, we are able to stem theft, fraud, and corruption. And to the good professor who has said here, going forward, technology is going to play a significant role in us taking this forward. So, in conclusion, let me say this. To the people of Kenya, nobody has a monopoly of good ideas. Beyond Vision 2030 is our collective responsibility. We must step up. It is a constitutional responsibility to each one of us. It is an obligation to each one of us to implement the Constitution. And part of implementing that Constitution is to figure out how we appropriate, access, and avail all rights that are provided for in the Constitution to everybody in Kenya. Whether it is human rights, electoral rights, rule of law, access to water, access to education, freedom from hunger, making sure that the Constitution, what the Constitution says, that every citizen must access the highest standards of health, the highest standards of education, the highest standards of housing. It is our responsibility collectively for us to have a plan on how this is going to be attained. And we have the opportunity. I want to pledge here that government is not going to lead the talks. It is going to facilitate. This is about the people. Whatever platform that is required to be provided, we are going to provide the platform. Let the people in their diversity. The religious community have ideas. Private sector have ideas. Farmers like myself have ideas. Students have ideas. The academia have ideas. Our good friends in civil society, they have ideas. Let us bring the cocktail of ideas and have a plan for our country into the future. It is our opportunity. Let us not abdicate. Let us not delegate. Let us not run away from that responsibility. It is our duty, it is our obligation constitutionally to make sure that we think about the future of our nation so that Adrian, sitting here with us, 7 years old, will know what the future is going to look like. Thank you very much. I hope I have not taken too much, but this is the opportunity for us, and I am very happy to be part of this as a Kenyan myself. And believe you me, I will be part of it as a Kenyan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Your Excellency. Thank you for the context. And Mark, just be on standby. I will be coming to you. That context is very important. We've heard that the center of gravity for growth in the world is shifting to Africa. The world doesn't want it to shift to Africa, but inevitably it is shifting. And African countries, through their strategic actions and positioning, will determine whether it shifts on the world's terms or it shifts on our terms. Kenya today, and Your Excellency will confirm, has been tasked with building an AU that is fit, informing the build of an AU that is fit for purpose for Africa today and the Africa we want. Kenya is doing that. Yes, and it is important. Kenya today has been tasked by the world with convening around the issue of trust. The Trust Summit is being held in Kenya under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the world is looking to Kenya to tell the world, what are we learning about how we rebuild trust in communities, in societies, between citizenry, with government? How do we rebuild trust? So Kenya has a responsibility to think deeply about where she is going for ourselves, but also for Africa. Does that matter to us? I hope it does. I hope it does. Mark, I'd love to come back to you now to take us round the room. Yes, I see Wananchi hands. We're ready to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie, and thank you for those who... So I'll just start here, and then you'll pass it back to the lady right behind you, young lad. So crisp and short.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Karanja Kinyanjui. I'm an investment professional, born, raised, and living in Nairobi. I'm a portfolio associate at a Pan-African venture capital firm. So on a day-to-day basis, I get the privilege to speak to entrepreneurs across Kenya and Africa and deploy meaningful capital into their businesses. I give you this context because every day I get to see Kenyans and their talent and ambitions on a day-to-day basis, and even back and support these businesses. But I also see a lot of strong ideas and entrepreneurs held back by gaps in capital, infrastructure, and execution as well. And so for me, a vision beyond 2030 is very personal because it affects the trajectory of my career in the investment space, fundamentally. It also affects the legacy that I leave behind for my family. I'll be not so old, but approaching retirement by the time 2060 comes about. And so I need to personalize these goals for you as my leaders so that you understand what needs to be done for me as Sean. I can't speak for everyone here, and the mic will go around the room, but I have 3 key goals that I need to achieve by the time I am 60. And the first one is to be a captain of my industry. I want to sit like James Mwangi here on the podium and say, I'm a global allocator of capital, that people can come to Kenya and say, Where's Sean? Let's give him capital. And under this framework of investment that we'll lay out for 2060, I will be able to manage and deploy that capital into our entrepreneurs and spur our economies. But for that to happen in this plan, we need to make sure that there is predictable monetary policies, strong and transparent institutions, investor confidence, so that when someone says, I am domiciling my fund in Kenya, they're not scared that most of it will go away to punitive measures or lack of transparency or get lost entirely because there is no strong ecosystem to support the businesses they invest in. And Mr. President, I do agree with you. Fundamental to that goal of mine is going to be eradicating poverty, because businesses and the investors behind them are only as good as the income that the everyday Mwananchi has to spend on the products and services that these businesses offer. So that needs to be a thing. And Mr. President, just like you, I have a love and passion for agriculture. At our fund, we get to invest into agriculture products and projects across the continent. And I've seen the math, I've seen the data, I've seen the capital flows. And let me tell you, young people, agriculture is the way to go. We have the opportunity to become the food basket of the world. And one day I want to say that I want to step down from my role as the future James Mwangi and get into agriculture at scale. I want to become a farmer and export and feed the world. But to do that, the economics of farming in Kenya also need to work. Access to markets, logistics and transport, water, access to land, all of those need to work for that dream to happen. And my final dream, I just got married a month ago, and, and I plan to go forth and multiply. And so being a father, being a husband, being someone who raises a family in Kenya is core to me, because I need to make sure that my kids grow up in a meritocracy so that their education, their skill set, and the opportunities that are before them are what will open up doors for them, not their last name, not where they were born, who they know. That's the kind of future that I want for my children. And I want to be old in my 60s, living in a Kenya that works, and one that I can be happy in, and I can say, najivunia kuwa Mkenya.
Thank you. Over to you. All right, let me pass it over to you. And let's keep it short and crisp. And Sean, just as an interjection, 60 is not to grow old. There are 60-year-olds here who feel targeted by what you've said. But I get your point, young man. 60 is not old. We still have very young 60-year-olds here. So, tuendelee naam. Keep it short.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Achieng Masawa. I come from the great county of Siaya and a woman representative aspirant. I'm a social impact and enterprise-based consultant. I had a privilege to study in Israel and also study entrepreneurship in US through Mandela Washington Fellowship. I'm also a former student leader at University of Nairobi, where I represented gender affairs and also vied for chairmanship back in 2015. And as we sit here today, I am so grateful that this conversation is taking place. It has been so long overdue. I come from a county where we are the source that have been on the streets far too long. And I'm really, really grateful that one of the least developed pillar is economic pillar. And being a youthful country with a young population, I believe, and today is the International Youth Day, I believe that focusing our energy in enabling the capacity of our young people is the way forward. And today I am greatly challenged that the President of our great Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has led the National Vision Board. I would like to challenge all of us as young Kenyans and every Kenyan to also develop our personal vision board to contribute to the growth of our country and to the journey to Singapore. Thank you so much.
Over to you, over to you. Melody, you have someone?
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, first of all, my name is Hilary Ojwang. I am a Gen Z of this nation and a graduate mechanical engineer. So my comment as of today is that, first of all, I want to thank you for this initiative, because we came up with Vision 2030, and we are now we are developing a relay of visions. So we have Vision 2030, handing it over to Vision 2060. So as we hand it over to Vision 2060, we really just have to reflect and check back and see what is our progress in the social pillar. We have made some progress. Our progress in the political pillar has been significant. But our challenge, Your Excellency, which is the key and the core of changing the life of our people, is the economic pillar. And as a young person, as a Gen Z of this country, I want to thank you because you are saving us in disguise. Because when I'll be old, and in my 60s, in 33 years to come, the current generation, the generation Alpha, will be asking us for jobs and asking us, what did we do when we were young that they are jobless? That is why I'm thanking you, because by Vision 2060, we are trying to solve the solution of creating jobs for our people. My comment is that as our president, and we are praying for you, and we are going to hand over the job to you once again in 2027. I just want to ask you that in that last term, Your Excellency, focus on the economic aspect kindly. Our young people are still hungry. We still have few opportunities in our country. We want our economy to be strengthened. You say that a significant percentage of our country, our land, which is arable, is still unused. Let us utilize that. Let us have food in our country that we can export. We can even process and export final goods to the global market. That way we'll have solved a lot of problems for our people and create opportunities. When you look around you, majority of the things here are imported. If you look at the speakers, the cars around here are imported. We will only empower our people if we can do much of the job here and export to the global market. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. God bless you, and I appreciate us for gathering here today.
Asante sana. Naona sasa kipaza sauti upande huu pia kimeruhusu. Kuna dada hapa, jitambulishe kwa dakika 10 nawe toa mchango wako.
Before you hand over the mic, ningependa participate. And to me, Your Excellency, I will say thank you very much. Kama si wewe, vijana wewe kwanza. Your Excellency, remember I'm a clinical student from KMTC, student leader. Na pia hii angalia mahali uangalia wanafunzi wamemaliza course zao za KMTC, and pia Masi Mwangangi angalia mahali hawa watoto pia. Tuangalie sisi wanafunzi wa KMTC, please.
Hello. Before he just adjourns it, I'm Brian. I'm the founder and CEO of B. Malsons. I just have one review to just ask. We've been actually trying to say, how are we going to create more jobs? Currently in Kenya, we have almost 11,000 startups. So if the government can just, let's say back up these 11,000 startups and just, let's say they just get funding, for example, each startup can just employ almost 50 people. So those 50 people, as in, if they are now given actually money, they can actually now create more employment actually now for the young youths now.
Hello, I'm sorry, let me talk. My name is Anne Adhiambo Onyango. I am a volunteering secretary actually for a community-based organization known as Tekeleza Mtaani Initiative. So my question is about climate action. For me, I define Vision 2030 as attaining goals for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm gonna go to SDG number 13, that is climate and its impact. We've been seeing news being warned that El Nino is coming September to December. So apart from us sending Red Cross to rescue missions and all that kind of thing, what are we doing with the drainage? And what are we doing to make sure that the adverse climatic repercussions don't get to us as individuals? Kindly, when you are thinking about 2030, think about climate change and its impacts. because I work with the community and it is not looking good at the grassroots. Thank you.
Asante.
Sorry about the challenge with the sound, and we're trying to get, I had promised this young lady here, na hapa, na point two, kwa sababu ya muda, lakini pia wewe utaposition watu pia. I love this sign. Let me just say, yes, I love the hands. I see you all. I appreciate that. And this is what we are starting. So hatufungii mtu yote, lakini tunawapa wale ambao wanaweza zungumza kwa muda tu. I love the passion and I love the reaction. We just also need to give that side of the room. So that's why we're kind of giving an opportunity for those on the other side of the room. Young lady, please keep it safe, short, and then we will come to as many. But as you would appreciate, there's other parts of the program, and there's another opportunity for open mic. I promise you. I promise you. Quick.
Thank you so much. I'm called Lucy Wanjiru Mbugua, a youth leader from Nakuru County, and aspiring senator come 2027 next year. And my question to the president is, there was a clip that Rigiji talked. We know Vision 2063 will go beyond your administration and possibly several generations. Now my question is, how will you make sure Vision 2030 belongs to Kenya and not to a particular government, so that the future administration continue implementing it regardless of who is in power? And as I finish, I want to say that I want this Vision 2030 to be a Kenya where there is no corruption, and where youths, we are employed regardless of who we know, as long as we are educated. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Asante, asante, asante. Tumsikie dada hapa.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. President and the nation at large. My name is Nora Kerubo Rangi. I'm from the Open University of Kenya. First of all, President Treasurer, first of all, I want to thank you so much, Mr. President, because after almost 36 years, I was able to go back to the university and undertake my degree in business entrepreneurship and education. I was just watching you on a television set like this, and you were inaugurating Open University of Kenya, and I saw the opportunity, and I wondered, how doesn't Kenya know about this opportunity? Open University of Kenya is an online program where you learn from anywhere in the country, in the world. Continue with your business, continue with your business, with your professional life, but at the same time, upgrade yourself. So what I want to say is, I've seen a very huge opportunity in this space. So President, as we are continuing, can we continue to implement this online learning space? I have seen students from across the world. I've seen students from across the continent coming to Open University. We are 3 years old only. We started with virtually zero, and we are now 30,000 students. So as Kenya, we can capitalize on this economic pillar and export education. Kenya is at the pillar of education, and they are coming from all over online. So I would like to see Open Primary Schools of Kenya, Open Secondary Schools of Kenya, and the rest is history. I've also seen people from other countries come here for the primary school education, for the secondary school education. So at 2030, that is also another pillar. People trust Kenya. They trust the education in Kenya. So that is a pillar I would like us to capitalize on and take advantage on. There are huge revenues in education. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Asante sana. Kuna wepo wengi huko. Acha nimtape ukaka mwenye shati yake ya maroon.
The President, the Deputy President, and all protocol observed. My name, I might struggle to communicate because I've never addressed such kind of a congregation, but you'll get my points. I have very delicious points and very ambiguous points. Now, this is a national conversation that personally I expected the leaders from across the political divide to be able to attend I'm quite disappointed that some leaders are not present. My name is Samson Ligala. I come from Kisumu County. My governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, is among the leaders that are, spearheading the conversation. So, as you know and as you understand, leaders from Kisumu like myself, we are very brilliant, and we are supposed to be on the conversation and on the table. Now, Vision 2030 was formed when I was in class 3. I didn't know much about it, but my late father, used to really talk about it like every day. So I got to understand, and I'm glad that today I'm part of the team that is talking, that is addressing the country, and I hope that in future, the foundation that was built, we can have a conversation on it and be able to make changes. Personally, I want to talk about my ward, because in 2027 I will be the MCA for North Nyakach Ward in Kisumu County, God willing. Kule, nataka kuongea kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu si wengi wanaelewa Kizungu wenye wananiona kutoka huko. Agriculture. Rais, naomba mnisaidie, mnipatie muda kidogo nimalize. Okay, thank you. So we should work on inaitwa value addition and empower the farmers at home and everyone, wale wananchi wenye wako chini. Hii conversation vile rais amesema tuweke conversation ikuwe kuhusu wananchi wenye wako chini, si leaders peke yake. Thank you for the opportunity.
Melody, I'm right here with the young one. Melody, I'm right here at the front, just to speak to two young representatives who are looking forward to Kenya post Vision 2030.
Kisha baada ya hapo tutarejesha mic jukwani. Baada ya hapo kipaza sauti kitare.
Samahani, sorry for that. Real quick, and then we'll hand it over to Julie, because there's more to the program and there's another open mic session. But I love the passion. This is just an indicator of what we need moving forward.
To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, all the Cabinet Secretaries, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, children, boy and girl. Is it afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon. So my name is Blessed Barak Juma. I'm 15 years old. And it's a great pleasure to actually be speaking in front of the President today as an advocate. I advocate for the rights of the children, especially child participation. And first of all, I would like to thank the President, because I would say he's really considering the children because of bringing up the first State Department of Children's Services in Kenya. So, Mr. President, we really thank you for that. And I would like to also thank him for this vision 2060, beyond 2030, because as of 2060, I'll be 49 years old. And hopefully, God willing, if all of you will be there, all the children, they'll give me an opportunity to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. And I would say that this dream is going to continue, and vision beyond 2030 is going to be a great impact, not only to the people of Kenya, but to the children of the Republic of Kenya. So I will request child participation, not only by the voice, but children be included in decision-making, implementation of the vision beyond 2030.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really thank the Government Delivery Unit for inviting us to this conversation. So first of all, I'm going to go to the Agenda 2060. In inclusion of children, we would like to have the food security improved by investing in smart agriculture and through strength in schools feeding programming. And also coming to child protection services, we would like to strengthen the system supporting vulnerable families and ensuring every child knows their rights. Mostly protecting children must be included in creating these decisions in the 2060 agenda. Thank you so much.
Julie, are you ready to take it up? Just because of time and the next agenda, but there's another open mic and I appreciate the passion.
Thank you so much. We are blown away by the young voices. Give them another round of applause, please. And it's a reminder that actually very often our young ones are smarter, faster than us, but we still, as Wazee, have a few things to share and teach you. But this kind of dialogue is so important. Thank you. I know James wanted to talk to the young man, Sean. I think he will get a chance at a conversation because I must wrap up now. Let us give a round of applause to the panel as they take their seats. Sean, look for James. He wants to talk to you. So yes, thank you. Please take your seats. Panel, thank you so much. A better round of applause, please, for them. Please, please. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close and hand over, we talk a lot about Singapore. And Singapore did many big things. But Singapore also did some fundamental, simple things. I want you to Google Lee Kuan Yew talking about the change. One of the things he stopped in Singapore was spitting. To transform Singapore, he stopped the culture of spitting. And they were very angry because they were passionate. They said, this is what we do, we spit. He said, you will stop spitting. And they stopped spitting. Another thing that he did was language. They all had different languages. Sisi tuko na Kiswahili. It's wonderful. They had different languages, and he told them, we shall speak the same. Pende, usi? Pende, we shall speak the same language. And I want to close by saying, as we have these conversations about what we want, part of what we want is individual responsibility. Mnatupa takataka, alafu mna complain. Mnauliza governor kwa nini? But if governor also is responsible for doing certain things, but we as individuals take our personal responsibility. If you throw something on the floor, ni nani, unataka nani to pick it up? So Kenya, let us rise, let us rise, let us rise. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Gishuru, my senior in the profession, and actually the one who held my hand to get into the newsroom back in 2008. The reason I bring this out, it's a process and a journey of holding someone else's hand and taking them to the future. And I appreciate those who've actually grabbed my hand trying to get the mic. Your view or your opinion is not any less than any other, and it is just in the interest of the agenda that we have. I see your hand, sir. I see your hand, that we have something called a hack at 100. There's another open mic session, and I appreciate the passion, just to be able to accommodate those who prepared, something that we can envision in terms of the digital capabilities of hacking a future beyond 2030. And for that, I'd like to call on Bernard and Mika and team, tafadhali wakijiunga nasi hapa mbele, tafadhali tuwape makofi. Bernard and Mika, hack at 100. How can we hack this?
We hack Nairobi every time we are moving around with traffic. When someone told you how they got somewhere, ulisema uli hack traffic by taking a boda. Vijana, halo, halo. Halo, halo. We are here, we are building the future. I'm not feeling the energy. Vijana, halo, halo. Mr. President, halo, halo. Asante sana. When I say future yetu, tunasema tuko ready. Future yetu? Future yetu? Thank you. We need to have the energy so that Adrian, who spoke here so well, can feed off our energy. If we are building the future where everyone is bored, there is nothing to build. So, but then we are live on all platforms. We have a lot of creators who are live on X, Meta, Twitch. There's a Matatu parked outside, 2 of them. They are streaming on all platforms. So Hack Kenya 100 and Beyond Vision 2030, hackkenya100.com. We are live. Go online. We'll plug you with all the latest updates. Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, Deputy Kithure Kindiki, thank you for organizing this session and all protocols observed. And I have to say, Vision 2030 is the only foundation or structure that got me out of a village in Keroka, in KICC, and took me to Alliance High School. Hashtag, I went to Alliance. We went to Alliance, and without free education, I wouldn't be here today. So Vision 2030 team, Mugo Kibati, Alliance High School, we see the dream and we are to build today. And nataka mshikie namba mbili. Namba ngapi? Namba mbili. 75 and 100. 75 and? After we are done, mwenye atakumbuka zinamaanisha nini, utaniona nyuma ya tent. I'll give you something. But before we jump into it, I would like to introduce my team who has been behind an activity we've been doing for the past 1 week. We are running a Hack 100 hackathon where we had over 10,000 young people all over the world applying for them to propose bold ideas, bold visions in terms of where they want to see Kenya at 100. We had applications from San Francisco, California, Frankfurt, Shenzhen, all over the world, because everyone wants to be part of building our future. So I would like to introduce my team, starting with Kevin, and we can jump into the next 15 minutes or so to show you what we have. Kevin?
Thank you, Bernard. My name is Kevin. I work with young people to help them articulate their ideas and their passion so that they can be understood by people who want to build them out, invest, and I'm here to do strategy and coordination.
Hello everyone, my name is Shannon Oduor. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm representing the legal team on this Hackathon 100.
Right, my name is Naini Lankas. I also work with Shannon, and part of what we do for Hack 100 is that all of the hacks, the solutions, and the innovations that are coming our way are anchored in the Constitution. So we are keeping that in mind in everything that we are doing for Hack 100. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Martha. I work under Hackathon, and part of it, I conduct issues on strategy and governance, and I also deal with the creators that you have heard. I'm one leading them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arthur Kamau, and I'm part of the team handling the sports sector.
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Mathenge. I'm a CEO of a company called Venture Money. I work in the investment banking space, and I work with young entrepreneurs who are looking for investment in Kenya and abroad. Thank you.
Asante sana. They'll come back to stage shortly. Don't worry about my dressing. I was told to dress down to represent the youth. So si suti sina, niko na suti kadhaa. Remember the numbers I gave you. How many were they? How many were they? 2 numbers. Which one and which one? This side, which number? This side? Aya shikilia hivyo hivyo as we watch this clip for you to understand what those numbers mean. Media team? The audio is missing? As they play the video, those numbers mean 2 things. 75% of Kenya's population are under the age of what? 35, right? And if we are not involving them in building this future, we have no future we are building towards. And personally, by the time we are 2063, I'll be probably 70 years old. So I'm building this future for our kids and for our kids' kids. So it's very important for us to involve our young people in building the future we are building today. And I'm not sure that the video is ready. The media team. We invited young people from all over the world to submit bold ideas in terms of what they want to see, and we challenged them if you were to envision Kenya in 2100, what would you like to see? Where would you like to see education? Where would you like to see energy? Where would you like to see technology and AI? Personally, I'm a co-founder of a company. I lead teams across the world, teams in Nairobi, teams in Lagos, San Francisco, and Cape Town. Every day we see how AI is changing how we work, right? Professor Bitange said AI is going to change how we are going to work. So how are young people seeing all these changes that are currently panning out across the world? So the future we are talking about, young people have started building that future today. And the idea we had was, we had a hackathon happening across the country, and builders were building ideas, and all of them were assessed by a team that is capable to actually analyze which idea has the potential to have an impact for over 1 million people. And we had a bunch of them who are building those solutions. And I would like Micah to come and introduce some of them here as we wait for the media team to play the video clip. Micah?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I would like to invite a few people that were very innovative in the hackathons that we've had. But before I invite them, I'd like to tell you that the youth of this country today are not thinking about problems that we are having in this country. They are thinking of solutions. And I'll give you an example of one of the solutions, ICT solutions, that has been profiled to us. This is a solution that has been created by the youth. It's for savings. The youth are saving. So I'll give you the example here is for a child who is 7 years old, and he's working with his parents, and his parents are saving 200 shillings every single day to buy him a PS. The app that has been created, which is for beyond 2030, definitely, the app that has been created has reminders. But the reminders from the child are more consequential than the reminders from the app. And so we are looking at children who are learning discipline. They are learning the importance of investing. They are learning how to invest small, waiting to grow big from the innovations that we have. I would like to invite Felix from Sanifu. I don't know if he's around. And if he's not around, I'll invite Naini Lankas to come in and talk about the investments, the legal avenue that we have, the legal infrastructure. Come. Yes, come.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for this initiative to actually look at vision beyond 2030. So my name is Sidney Rema. I'm a co-founder and CEO of a company called Sanifu AI. We are kind of the frontiers of AI in Kenya for small businesses. We are servicing many across Africa, not just in Kenya. Most of the big companies, around use Sanifu AI to process things like orders, invoices, pay taxes, and all that. So I think for today, beyond 2030 for us, what we are looking at is we are enabling a new digital economy. We're enabling a new digital economy. Sanifu has the capability to enable young people who don't even have any coding skills to be able to actually build data applications by just describing it, which means we are seeing more people opening AI agencies, servicing businesses that have never accessed AI before. And one interesting thing you'd actually note is that, yes, we do have all this conversation about AI, but I don't think people really conceptualize what's happening. And I say this as let me say as an ex-user. You always have people saying, hey, these are things that are happening maybe in the US and other countries, but they don't really conceptualize what is actually happening. And I would like to suggest something. Maybe the team or the task force that is planning towards Beyond Vision 2030, if there's one single investment that will actually make, that will significantly change the country or significantly change the future of the younger generation right now, is deliberately investing in training in AI and technology. You can build all the roads in the world, that's good. We'll build the roads, we'll build the infrastructure, but if we cannot stimulate the young people to actually understand how to quickly adopt AI and technology very fast, I don't think we'll actually have the leap that we're expecting. And I'll give you a good example. A few years back, we were doing charity in different children's homes where we were issuing computers that are old from, all these government offices. And we were training kids as young as 5 years, 7 years, 8 years old on how to use basic computers. And you'll actually be surprised what kind of applications they're able to build by the time they're 13. So yes, I think that is one ask. The second ask, allow me, the second ask is, I've built startups for the last almost 15 years. And I'll tell you for sure, we always feel alone. I've raised capital from some of the biggest investors in the world, but I see so many startups dying every single day. I see startups that are actually building not just for the Kenyan market, but for the African market as a whole. They die every single day. There is no proper structure for support. There is no investor incentives. There's a lot of changing policies that are making investors not want to invest in us. And I can tell you for sure, if you really and truly want to invest in the young people, think about tech and AI. And don't think about it in terms of suggestive, hey, schools teach this and this. No, mandatory. Make it a mandatory class. Make it a mandatory class across the entire curriculum, essentially, for that. That's my one, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Because of time, the media team, you can play the clip in terms of how the young people want to see the future that they want to build today. Things that Sydney and the team are building, we want to see how do they look 100 from now.
Now open them. This is Kenya at 100. And it begins in our classrooms. Every child learning, creating and dreaming with a world-class education made for them. A nation of builders. Cities dreamed by our own people and raised by our own hands. Every corner connected, from the lake to the ocean, no Kenyan left behind. Powered by the brilliance of our young people, the 75%. Feeding ourselves, sustaining our land, prosperity grown at home. Clean power from our valleys, our winds in the atom. Energy that never runs dry.
Made in Kenya, built by Kenyans, traded with the world. Our wildlife protected, our heritage alive, the world welcomed as family. A thriving blue economy, from the port of Mombasa to every fishing village. Health and dignity for every Kenyan, from the first breath to the last. But this future is not a promise, it is a project, and it begins today with you. And we start building today. A time capsule travels across all 47 counties, awakening builders and dreamers. Your ideas, captured and preserved. The boldest go into development with seed financing ready. At Kenya 100, future yetu, tuko ready.
Future yetu? Future yetu? Now you understand the concept of the 100 and the 75, right? Very good students. In this presentation, you've seen a time capsule. Have you seen it? So this time capsule was conceptualized by the over 10,000 young people who applied for these ideas, and it will be flagged off by the matatus we have. There's a time capsule there that will be going across all the 47 counties to collect views, to collect ideas from the young people so that they start building. And there is available financing of at least $1 million shillings per the bold idea that will take Kenya to the next level. I would like to invite Kevin to slightly talk about the capsule. Then we finish up.
I am a beneficiary of the friendship of Alliance High School alumni. Bernard drags me into every room that opens up for him. So I am very grateful to Alliance High School for that friendship that they extend to people. My young creators also tend to speak very quickly, and so I get the work of explaining things a bit carefully because we are required to bring everybody along. So will you allow me to do that? So what didn't land before the video happened is a website that has been created by this able team. The website is live as we speak, hackkenya100.com. This website is being populated and advertised by a group of young people who you may not have met because they are in the far end where there are two matatus. Now, what is happening, many people who are picking up the mic, they are addressing His Excellency. What these young people are doing, they are saying, Your Excellency, we have a solution to help because the government cannot create jobs for everybody. And in our presence, we have a 16-year-old who has already announced his intention to eye the same seat. So young people who are in our midst, we must quit asking the government and we must start building solutions. And what this team has done, they have provided a website where if you see a shortcoming in any service delivery, propose it as what they are calling the hack. Are we together so far? So you would be saying, Your Excellency, we have provided a hack. Can we get funding for this hack? Now, these ideas are not limited to Kenya. I need you to know we have a community of over 400,000 Kenyans in the diaspora. In the interest of time, I may not go through all of them. So the hack involves how can we interact with Kenyans in the diaspora. We have very many Kenyans who, many years, we've been exporting our brains. We export our brains from Nyeri, from Kericho. We export our brains everywhere. Somebody said when you're in front of the head of state, there is heat. The heat is acting on me. Allow me to gain my composure. Aya, sawa. So now what is going to happen is that there are communities of Kenyans in the diaspora. How are we connecting with them to link up with them and solve these solutions? Because in our interactions with Kenyans in the diaspora, they want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? You know Kenyans in the diaspora want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? What will they find? They will find these businesses that they need to expand. And so if you are in our midst and you're following us, that is what Hack 100 is about. Allow me to do the second bit of explanation, which my team did very quickly. And I will use a visual aid. Why? We must bring everybody along. Are we together? So they mentioned Hack 100, and then they said there is a capsule. So we carried a capsule to be able to explain where the idea of the capsule came from. So a capsule is this shape, and I know it is small. So we carried a bigger one so that we bring everybody along. So this capsule is going to go everywhere where Kenyans are so that you can put your ideas in it. So I'm going to open this capsule. So this capsule is going to be the conversation builder amongst young people. Instead of begging the government to do things, what ideas have you put in this capsule so that when we reach your location, we can unpack the contents of this capsule. When this capsule goes all around, we will preserve our memories, we will preserve our aspirations, and it is proposed for these ideas to be preserved, and hopefully when we celebrate Kenya at 100, it will be opened to see, did we make it? Did we not? Was the dream achievable? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The capsule is way bigger than it is, and it's outside the matatus. Thank you, Your Excellency, and that is all the time we had.
Asante sana. Thank you to the team, Bernard, and the rest of them, Mika and all. This is just the beginning. There's an online platform where you can interact with all the features that they have showcased here, and you'll be able to do that. And again, just to reiterate, as I call on the next round of stakeholders who are here in many ways as representatives, as citizens, but also with the bodies that they represent, the sectors that they represent, I should say. And as we do that, as we set up this particular sitting for them, I'd like to call on the Deputy President. Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, if you may, because just as a quick word, because in this conversation as we move forward, we are looking at where do we go from here? How will different stakeholders engage in the national conversation? So we do have representation from a Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have from the National Securities Exchange. And just as well as someone who has seen the journey over the years with the previous administrations, much as what we are charting forward is going to surpass and go beyond just particular governments. But we have seen the contribution of the previous government to the Vision 2030. That was led by the late President Mwai Kibaki. That was led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And now that this particular leadership has contributed to in bringing success to Vision 2030 and pushing it forward. So how, in your view, you would say we have an outlook to build beyond Vision 2030, just as we set up this stage, and I'll call on those stakeholders to come up and speak. Just as the President gave a quick word here, karibu sana to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Tumpe makofi tafadhali.
Wakenya hoye! Wakenya hoye! Mheshimiwa Rais, nimeulizwa ya kwamba kwa dakika 3 niseme hatua ambazo serikali imepiga katika kupeleka Kenya mbele na ruwaza ya kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya ili tuwe kati ya nchi zilizoendelea katika siku za usoni. I am proud to report on behalf of the government of Kenya that the last 4 years, under the leadership of President William Ruto, we have been able to do a number of things. And I want to highlight some of the steps that we've taken as a country in taking the development of our country forward from where President Ruto found it. Number 1, this administration has been able to stabilize our economic fundamentals that underwrite our long-term development path. The pillars of development, agriculture, industry, business, enterprise, and so forth, infrastructure, must rest on strong, stable economic fundamentals. All the indicators are showing to a stable economy, a strong currency. For the last 2.5 years, the Kenyan currency has been stable. We found it at 162, 165 to the dollar. It has been stuck at 129 for 2.5 years, showing economic stability. We have multiplied our foreign exchange reserves from $5.7 US in 2022 to today, $15.1 billion US, the highest foreign exchange reserves in the history of our country. When President Ruto took over, we didn't have enough foreign exchange. And of course, foreign exchange is a factor for international trade and stabilizing the economy. We have also been able to reduce interest rates. We have also been able to be rated favorably, not by ourselves, but by international sovereign rating agencies, Standards and Poor, Moody's, have now upgraded the economy of Kenya to a stable economy. And there are many other fundamentals that I can speak to, including moderating inflation from 9.6% where we found it to now a stable under 6%, and we are still working on the issue of inflation. Of course, on that front also, we have been able to attract last year the highest amount of foreign direct investment in the history of our country, $3.2 billion US. This is a report of the United Nations agency, UNCTAD, last year. And all these things put together are showing a stable economy. The central bank lending rate to commercial banks has come down from 13.5% to 8.75% at the moment. The price of government paper, government bonds, and treasury bills has come down, and now that means private sector can access credit and so forth and so on. We have stabilized the economy. Number two, we've been able to work on the agricultural transformation, and we have achieved a number of things under the agricultural transformation pillar. We have been able, for example, to register our farmers. We used to work on guesswork. We didn't know how many farmers we have, where they are, what they grow, the size of their farms, the kind of fertilizer they need. Now we have a register of 7.2 million farmers. We have also been able to increase our production of some of the major value chains in agriculture. Maize production has grown from 44 million bags in 2022 to 75 million bags last year to underwrite our food security. Unga prices have also been moderated from 250 shillings to right now around 140, 150 for 2 kilograms. We've also been able to transform the coffee sector by removing cartels and increasing our production of coffee, and also the income to coffee farmers has now grown from 60, 70 shillings a kilo of cherry to about 120 to 160 per kilogram of cherry. Our tea production has grown from $138 billion shillings, 138 billion shillings in 2022 to last year's 215 billion shillings. Our sugar production has grown from 472,000 metric tons in 2022 to last year's 815,000 metric tons of sugar. And therefore, that is a big milestone in terms of that value chains, and we have now more farmers benefiting in that sector. We have revived the industries and the factories in the sugar sector and so forth and so on. So we are also now the largest producer of processed milk in Africa, because we have moved our milk production, processed milk, from 4.6 billion liters a year in 2022 to currently, by last year, 5.5 billion liters. Kenya now has overtaken 3 other countries, and we are the #1 producer of processed milk in the African continent. So we have done some progress. We are vaccinating our livestock to make sure we get herd immunity so that we can promote exports of livestock products. Right now we have vaccinated 8.9 million heads of cattle, and we're in the process of achieving the target of over 70% immunization. We are also promoting dairy farming, and by also managing the price of sexed semen, which we found at 8,000 per dose, and now it is at 1,400 per dose. More farmers are getting hybrids through sexed semen. So that is agriculture. Number 3, education, very quickly. This is quick fire. In education, we've done a few things. One, we've been able to streamline CBC curriculum. The uncertainties which were there around the curriculum have now been stabilized. We have transitioned from one level to another, which is seamless. Number 2, we have increased funding to education from 500 billion shillings 2022, this year, it's 784 billion shillings. And that is a big leap in this sector. Funding for universities has increased from 42 billion shillings in 2022 to 82 billion shillings last year. Scholarships to university students was increased from 17 billion shillings in 2022 to 41 billion shillings last year. We have employed 100,000 teachers. We have constructed 23,000 classrooms. We have improved on the funding model for our universities, and there is a bill before Parliament now to make sure that every young person, every student who qualifies to join university is funded fully and completely without any regard to the kind of background they come from. So those are some of the highlights we've done in the education sector. Work in progress. Universal health care, we have moved the number of Kenyans with public medical insurance cover from 8 million under NHIF to currently 32.2 million Kenyans. We are working to modernize the equipment, enhance drug supply, and make sure that our health professionals are motivated to make sure that we perfect the universal health coverage. Number 5, on public infrastructure, we are working on roads, railway, airports, seaports. On the roads sector, when President William Ruto took over, many roads are stalled, and we didn't have money to unlock that funding. Through innovative resource mobilization, we've been able to pay all road contractors the pending bills. And today, the roads that are stalled across Kenya, which amount to 6,000 kilometers across the 47 counties, we've paid all the pending bills, 177 billion shillings, and the contractors now are back. Every county is experiencing road construction, including areas of our country that for a long time had been left out. You have heard about the famous Ruto Road from Isiolo to Modogashe to Kulamawe. You've heard about that road? Barabara itoke Isiolo, iende Kulamawe, iende Modogashe, iende Samata, itoke Samata, iende Wajia. Wajia Tarabaj. Tarabaj itoke hapo iende Kotulo. Itoke Kotulo Kobo. Kobo Elwak. Elwak Gare. Gare Ramu. Itoke Ramu iende Mandera. Rais Ruto ni fire, si fire. You must also be aware that under this administration, we are connecting the port of Lamu through Ijara to Garissa to Isiolo, areas of our country that for a long time had been left out. But we are also working on extending the SGR from Naivasha into Kisumu, Busia, Malaba. That project is ongoing as we speak today. We are building a new terminal, a new airport at Jomo Kenyatta, something we had not imagined we could do it. 155 billion shillings, again through innovative funding arrangements to make sure that we have modern infrastructure. Right now, we also have a port modernization program, which is about 60 billion. And that is taking place at the port of Mombasa, seaports, airports, railways, roads, because that is what will take us to the first world. The so-called shiny things. I had a not so informed critic saying that we don't want shiny things. The difference between the third world, where we are, and the first world, partly is the shiny things. There are better roads, better airports, better facilities across the board. So that's what we are doing around infrastructure. Energy, the president has mentioned, we have moved connectivity to 10.3 million households, up from 8.9 million households. The target is to reach all the households of Kenya, the 15.6 million homesteads. And in the next 4 years, we'll have achieved that target of universal electricity connection. But we need our production capacity to go up And that's why President Ruto has come up with the National Infrastructure Fund to be able to rejig the agricultural transformation agenda, to rejig our energy production capacity, and also to help us with irrigation and to help us with the infrastructure as we continue expanding on what already has been done. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly as I wind up, you have a few other highlights. We are trying to create as many jobs as possible to the people of Kenya. We have a number of programs. The KICC ground program through affordable housing, 650,000 Kenyans already working in that space, working towards 1 million Kenyans plus. We also have a Kazi Mtandaoni, about 300,000 Kenyans who are earning a living through digital jobs. How have we created digital jobs? By increasing connectivity of the fiber optic cable. Right now we have built over 30,000 kilometers of the fiber optic cable terrestrially on our land to make sure that we have connectivity, and we are also doing ICT hubs, already completed 382 ICT hubs, and another 416 hubs are under construction to be completed in the course of the year. But we are also creating jobs through the Overseas Employment and Job Creation Program, Kazi Maju, 538,000 Kenyans, facilitated by government, which has put in place a transparent program of promoting overseas labor. And this has helped us to increase the remittances from our diaspora so that we can use that money to build our economy. So we are creating that. Just allow me to say maybe one last thing that I left out around public infrastructure. We've made a lot of progress. Since 1987, that is the last year that Kenya built a good international standard stadium. And that was Kasarani in 1987 during the All African Games. President Ruto has put up Talanta, the Raila Odinga Talanta Sports Center. It is there for all to see, 60,000 seater. And on that basis, we are hosting AFCON 2027, together with Uganda and Tanzania. President Ruto's administration has also refurbished Kasarani and Nyayo into international standards. And above all, and most important, President William Ruto's administration is currently building 32 other stadiums across the counties of Kenya. No other administration has been able to improve the sports infrastructure to that level. Your Excellency the President, we have done some work. A lot of work needs to be done. You have laid the foundation. We now, as we have this conversation, we want to see what levers we have to take our country to the next level. And already, the coming into force of the National Infrastructure Fund and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, those two instruments of financial and resource mobilization will take Kenya to the next level. I believe that, as Professor Hino told us, Kenya and Africa is able to venture into the league of wealthy, developed nations. We just need good leadership. We also need confidence in ourselves that what other nations can do, what other races can do, the African race can also generate countries that can move from poverty and move into progress. It is possible. And therefore, Mr. President, as I sit down, I want to challenge ourselves as Kenyans not to be dismissive and skeptical all the time, and to depoliticize the development of our country. We can politicize everything else. Let us not politicize the development of our country, because if we do so, then we see some of the results that have created the kind of gaps that we have seen. So we need confidence in ourselves, the ability of our nation to rise. We need strong leadership, and we must insulate, as we have this conversation, this country from policy disruption. The biggest threat of African countries, the biggest threat of the developing countries is policy disruption, where some of the things that I've talked about have been put in place, but they are disrupted when there is a change of administration. Somebody comes with their ego as opposed to the national interest, and they want to change this, to change the other, to disrupt this, instead of perfecting the foundation on which our country has been raised. Thank you very much. God bless you. I submit.
Asante sana to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. As you can tell, many of those points he can even speak in his dream, even as we dream into beyond 2030. So let me talk to stakeholders